while. Not much, how about you? I'm not sure why I called. I guess I really just wanted to talk to you. And I was thinking maybe later on we could get together for a while. It's been such a long time and I really do miss your smile. I'm not talking about moving in, and I don't want to change your life, but there's a warm wind blowing the stars around, and I'd really love to see you tonight. We could go walking through Windy Park, take a drive along the beach, or stay at home and watch TV. You see, it really doesn't matter much to me. I'm not talking about moving in, and I don't want to change your life, but there's a warm wind blowing the stars around, and I'd really love to see you tonight. I won't ask for promises, so you don't have to lie. We both played that game before. Say I love you, then say goodbye. I'm not talking about moving in, and I don't want to change your life, but there's a warm wind blowing the stars around, and I'd really love to see you tonight. I'm not talking about moving in, and I don't want to change your life, but there's a warm wind blowing the stars around, and I'd really love to see you tonight. I'm not talking about moving in, and I don't want to change your life, but there's a warm wind blowing the stars around, and I'd really love to see you tonight.
Hello and good evening. It is your host, Emmanuel Isaiah Smith. Today's date is Friday, July 18th, and the time is 9:16 p.m. I am in Miami, Florida, and the topic of this lecture is going to be the ideal population and the technology used to secure that population. Now, ultimately, every topic that is relevant in today's world boils down to one central question. And that central question is, what is the ideal population? And we're not just talking the ideal population here in Miami, or the ideal population of the state of Florida, or the ideal population in the United States. We're talking about what is the ideal population on planet Earth. In other words, who on planet Earth right now has the right to be here? And who on planet Earth right now has the right to conceive offspring to inhabit this earth? That's what everything you could possibly imagine with respect to human capabilities is all about. Ultimately, every news story that you hear, every movie that's made, every technological innovation that's created, every word that's said, every paper that's written, every move that a person makes upon this earth, every church sermon preached, every college lecture given, every achievement that is acknowledged, every award that is given, every credential that is assigned, every job that is acquired, every business that is successful, every song that's written, every book that's written, every piece of literature that's written, every move that a person makes upon this earth today is recorded in various capacities. If it's not recorded by a government, a company, a recording device as I have, and mind you, I'm going to have to raise my voice in various intervals due to the traffic. I do these recordings outside. Okay. Everything a person does is recorded in some capacity. If it's not recorded using sophisticated technology, it's recorded by the brain of another person. If you see somebody do that, your brain records what you've seen. If somebody says something around you, your brain records what is said. If you witness a scene or a circumstance or a scenario or a series of scenarios, your brain records what it has witnessed. These recordings are transcoded as human memories. Memories of the past, and how these memories affect human behavior. Every hospital visit that a person completes, every doctor's note, every injection that a person has to undergo to stay healthy, every prescription that a person has to use, these kinds of things are recorded electronically. Congressional matters, for example, debates on the Senate floor, they're recorded electronically, either by television, broadcast. Some are recorded using various sophisticated recording mechanisms. Like, for example, they are live streamed on various cable websites or news websites or various other communicative devices, like, for example, cell phone recordings made by people in attendance, and so forth. Other matters, for example, take a championship match of a sporting event. Those are also recorded electronically. They're broadcast to various television stations. They're broadcast live on various web outlets, they're broadcast in a wide variety of mediums. And still other events, for example, take a Philharmonic Orchestra, for example. When a orchestra goes to a specific venue to perform classical music, for example, it is recorded using a variety of sophisticated mediums, similar to the previous mediums mentioned, particularly political venues or sporting events. In contrast to that, a school play is recorded and transmitted using more private means. Perhaps the venue that's hosting the school play is recording using its own equipment, particularly video cameras, etc. And it's possible that people in the audience are recording using their own listening devices, etc. And so forth. Still, in contrast to that, if you were to visit, for example, a college library, your web activity is recorded as well. Although not broadcast to a wide audience, it's still recorded in the sense that the college or university is keeping an inventory of all of the websites that you visit, how long you're visiting these websites, and how long your overall session lasts. It may also record things like anything you print on the university or college's printer and what the components or details of that print job are. Still, in other recording mechanisms, take, for example, a graduation ceremony. Everything that happens in that graduation ceremony is recorded as well. For example, the valedictorian speech is recorded via various mechanisms, and there's also a transcript of that speech that is kept in school records for future use. Still, in other matters, take courtroom proceedings. Everything that takes place in a courtroom is also recorded. Some courtrooms allow video cameras. Some courtrooms complete their proceedings via Zoom. Still, other courtrooms use more conventional methods, such as a court reporter or a typist that records everything that's said in the courtroom via a typing device. Still, in other matters, take a sales chart for a company, for example. Companies record their sales performances. They record what items are hot sellers, what items are not, how their product is doing with target audiences, and it also records what cities and states consume more of what product than other cities or states, so they know what product to market in what city, in what state, to maximize growth, to maximize revenue, to maximize brand awareness. Church services are now recorded. There was a time in American history where church services were simply performed by the congregation. The pastor preached the sermon, the choir sang the music, and the congregation gave their various amens. Nowadays, church services are recorded. Some of them are broadcast live streaming to various social media platforms. Some of them are recorded via in-house video cameras. And still there are other sophisticated methods for recording church services as well. For example, transcripts of every sermon, etc. Ultimately, we live in a world of recorded interactions. Interactions between the government and the people, for example, courtrooms. Interactions between clergymen and the people, for example, church services. Interactions between corporations and the people, for example, that sales chart. Interactions between institutions of higher learning and the people, for example, the college library. Interactions between people and live events and the companies that produce those live events, for example, the widely broadcast sporting event. And people record their interactions with one another plainly. It isn't uncommon for people to turn on their cell phone's recorder when talking to somebody. It isn't uncommon for a person to record a cellular conversation with somebody. It isn't uncommon for people to take screen captures of their text messages with a person. And still, beyond all of these sophisticated electronic means of recording human behavior, if none of that existed, we're still recording each other with our thoughts, with our brains, with our memories. And don't forget the old pencil and paper, which is what people in this country had to use to record pretty much everything for most of this country's history, actually. We've only recently begun the digital age. In prehistoric times, people recorded events using stone tools like a hammer and a chisel, and they would record various instances and ideas on the walls of caves. From there, methods of recording human interactions and behavior with the world around it became more and more sophisticated. Why? Well, for a number of reasons. Earlier in man's history, I think humans recorded the events of the world around them simply out of curiosity. When we started seeing more advanced civilizations and we started seeing kingdoms and empires, they started recording things like tax collecting. Who's paying their taxes to the state and who isn't? Okay, they recorded the workload of their citizens. Who works where and in what capacity? Eventually, we started becoming more sophisticated with our recording mechanisms, and we started issuing addresses, phone numbers. We started having sophisticated names for cities and states and countries. We developed things like city planning and advanced architecture. We begun issuing complex laws and sophisticated means for enforcing those laws. And even later in human history, we started using advanced militaries to ensure that the populace of a specific country had a chance at survival should another country invade. To give you a summation of human progression over the millennia, why do we record now? Trillions upon trillions of dollars are spent not only by governments and companies, but by the people on technology that allows us to better understand the world around us, to better understand the economic mechanisms around us, the legal mechanisms around us, the political mechanisms around us, the religious mechanisms around us, all mechanisms around us. We must record what happens around us if we are to better understand, because the human brain has a finite ability to remember. So if we record, if we document, then we can reference these recordings, we can reference these documentations to make better decisions on human progression, on the ability to live a good life, and on the ability to pass down these lessons to our progeny so they can do even better during their lifetime. And that's something that humans take pride in. Every generation has more than the previous generation did with respect to how they were, the technology that was available when they were children growing up, and the resources that they had to expand their learning throughout their young years, because it prepares them for their adult years, which are the critical years with respect to being able to contribute to society, being able to advance society. Eventually, humans will come to a place where they reach the most efficient way of living, and that is where our lecture today will begin. What is the point of all of this sophistication? And how does this sophistication affect mankind? Why does this sophistication affect mankind? And to what end does this sophistication affect mankind? Now, my particular interest in technology comes from the perspective of a targeted individual. That is a person who has been clandestinely entered into something called a gangstalking campaign. Now, what is the point of a gangstalking campaign, and how does it factor into, first, the advancement of civilization, the advancement of mankind, and the ability to understand human behavior better through documentation? Well, first and foremost, everything a targeted person does is documented. There is nothing that a targeted person does not do that is not documented. The time you wake up, the time you go to sleep, and everything you do in between is documented, including what time you use the bathroom, how often you use the bathroom, and how often you essentially relieve yourself, etc., etc., etc. And I use the restroom point because that is the most intimate place that a person goes, and that is documented. How and why? The understanding of human behavior is a complex thing, and in order to understand why the furtherance of human knowledge is important with respect to human behavior is rooted in a concept called eugenics. Now, eugenics is a fairly controversial topic because it essentially is a group's idea of the ideal person. Now, how do you figure out who and what the ideal person is? Well, that's a complex one because different cultures and different civilizations have different ideas of what the ideal person is. So, for example, in the United States, the ideal person is typically seen as someone who abides by the law, who is educated at least through high school, who works for their living, and who teaches their offspring to do the same. Furthermore, there are other nuances to what the ideal person is in the United States with respect to their religious leanings and how they apply religion to their life. Furthermore, an ideal person is typically one who finds love in marriage and works and pays taxes and then leaves their offspring something when they pass on to the next life. It's hard to craft in American culture a more ideal person than that. Now, what about the people who don't fit that category of the ideal person? What do you do with them? Well, let's go back to eugenics. And I'll speak briefly on this before we go into the technological ways that the ideal person is created, or at the very least identified. So I'll speak briefly on some things that the Vice Chancellor of World War II era Germany, Adolf Hitler, believed. Adolf Hitler believed that the ideal person was essentially an Aryan, which in Hitler's world meant a certain hair color, a certain eye color, a certain fairness of skin, born to male and female parents, and loyal to the state at all costs. Hitler's idea of the ideal society is a purely Aryan society without the mixture of non-Aryans, and that includes Western Europeans, Eastern Europeans, Southern Europeans, and Mediterranean people. Hitler's idea of the ideal person were Northern Europeans, and essentially that's pretty much the gist of it, just to give you a summation. And even though Hitler himself was likely not an Aryan person, he advocated for an Aryan society, indeed an Aryan world, because that was his idea of an ideal world. Now, I'm going to tie in gangstalking to this by explaining some of the weapons technology that we see in gangstalking. And I know already that this is a 48-page document I'm about to read from. And I know for a fact that there are third parties that have already retrieved this document from me via data collection. And I'm okay with that so long as you're a member of a government. If you work or in some capacity for a government or a company that is a derivative of a government, I have no problem with you intercepting any of my data, because all you'll get is the truth, the unfettered truth. Now, if you are a third party who is simply good at hacking, or you are just some other U.S. citizen that enjoys digging through people's information and just ripping stuff off, some of you guys take people's work and pass it off on your own, okay? I call that being a weasel. But there is a sophisticated term for what you do, and I'm going to get into that tonight. It's called Project Echelon. It's where you rip off other people's work using hacking methods, and you either pass it off as your own work, or you sell other people's work to third parties so they can pass it off as their work. So you're basically taking somebody else's hard work and passing it off as your own, or selling it to a third party so that they can use your work to make a profit and not pay you. Okay, Project Echelon is something we will talk about. Now, I'm going to bring in weapons technology and gang stalking to this conversation, because all of this is used to record human behavior, to record human interactions with the world around it, and to find out who, if any, possess the kinds of qualities that could make the ideal American citizen less ideal. Okay, now we're going to start with global neural network, and these are all definitions that tie into gang stalking. And a targeted individual's gang stalking campaign is oftentimes highly derivative of these various terms that I'm going to be discussing with you today in this lecture. So we're going to talk about global neural network, and then we're going to go all the way down. There are several definitions, and we'll give brief. We'll give you, and I will give you brief definitions of these terms and how they're applicable. Global neural network is and these are all the definitions are a combination of definitions that I found using Google's AI search module, my own work, Wikipedia, and Encyclopedia Britannica mostly, and then various other websites as well have influenced my definitions to these various terms. So global neural network is a possible reference to global interconnectedness that goes beyond the global economy and delves into homogeneous behaviors and persons. So in other words, a global neural network is an ideal system of human behavior where there's singularity, meaning oneness in human behavior. Why is oneness in human behavior a desirable thing for a government or governments? It's desirable because it eliminates It eliminates diversity in behavior, okay? And when I say diversity in behavior, it means we want more of the upright, working class, responsible, married, tax-paying citizens, okay, that exhibit financial responsibility and faith. We want to engineer more of those kinds of people, because these kinds of people are less likely to cause harm to other people and thus make for a safer society. That is the overarching definition of singularity in human behavior. That's the kind of singularity that a global neural network would provide for. The next term is called D-Wave, which is basically electronically finding the easiest possible solution to a tangible problem. And mind you, I'm going to expound upon some of these definitions more than others. as some of these definitions have more relevance to a targeted individual's situation than others. And mind you, a targeted individual is, for all intents and purposes, deemed as the opposite of the ideal person, which is why they're used as guinea pigs for these various protocols and mechanisms, which are basically supposed to be data collection on human behavior mechanisms that are supposed to make future generations better. So we got quantum computing, which is large-scale computing aimed at quickly finding commonalities in user behavior, thus giving the user better algorithmic suggestions. So in other words, it's how search engines and social media websites and so forth know what to show you in your news feed based on your likes and so forth, based on the number of clicks you do on a certain topic and so forth. Those things all calculate into your algorithm, so they know what to show you, what you'll be interested in, and what you'll be more likely to participate in. And mind you, participation online is important in collecting data about human behavior, namely so that ideal behaviors can be identified by your government, and behaviors that are less than ideal can also be identified by your government, so that the ideal citizen can be created through the transmission of this information, namely through schools, churches, colleges, television, radio, etc., to create the ideal mindset in people. We have 5G technology, fifth generation telecommunications technology, inspired by the International Telecommunication Union, which adheres to a United Nations specifications and standards. We have DNA biometrics collection. This is basically DNA, which is deoxyribonucleic acid, a collection of special or unique physiological traits of each person, blood type, fingerprints, hair sample, saliva sample, genital excretion samples, dead skin samples, and any physical specimen that can identify a person. This is important because it helps law enforcers and military personnel alike discover who committed what crime, and it allows them to identify people using these specimens, and so that they'll have some idea of who to look for and who to charge with whatever crime it was that required the investigation. This is important because it advances law and order in a country, which is definitely important for a cohesive civilization. We got biocoded resonance frequencies, which is electronically monitoring how frequently living organisms change between states, moods, disposition, or physiological states. Now, this is important, and mind you, I'm going to raise my voice at various intervals throughout this lecture because there's a lot of traffic, and I like to do these lectures outside. This is important because you can remotely or electronically monitor a person's mood and how often they change moods. And these moods will include happy, sad, joyful, anxious, perplexed. Any mood that a person can feel can be recorded remotely using some of the technology that I'm going to get into a bit later. Brainwaves give away a person's mood, and it's not that difficult to monitor someone's brainwaves remotely, particularly with some of these various technologies that we're going to go over tonight. And mind you, the monitoring of a person's brainwaves is especially useful in a targeted individual's gang stalking campaign, because it's very likely, if not definitely likely, conducted by governmental auxiliaries who are collecting data on how this program is affecting targeted persons. We got biorhythm hacking. We got the ability to observe, alter, and disrupt a person's biorhythm or the physiological continuity of their life. So for example, let's say I wanted to hack your biorhythm. That is essentially me surveilling you for periods of time and finding out when you wake up, what your daily routine is, and when you go to bed at night, and essentially trying to alter that in some way using third-party disruption methods. That's called biorhythm hacking, because a person's biorhythm is basically their daily movements. What they do from sun up to sundown, that's their biorhythm. And when their biorhythm reaches sort of a daily continuity, or a daily what we call routine, that's ultimately your biorhythm, is your daily routine. If I can hack into your biorhythm by observing you, then that means that I can disrupt your daily movements and eventually control your life if I have the personnel and the technological resources. We have DARPA, which is the Defense Advanced Research and Programming Agency. This is sort of an all-in-one technological military-industrial agency that essentially finds innovations in everything from artillery to medicines and everything in between. I mean, there's really nothing technology-wise that DARPA does not investigate, learn from, and innovate. And apparently The Economist magazine has called DARPA the agency that shaped the modern world. So ultimately, you can't talk about gang stalking or anything that has to do with human experimentation or the advanced monitoring of human behavior without talking about DARPA in some capacity. Okay, so we got N3, which is human experimentation that resembles that which is conducted on animals, but in a way so as to observe human behaviors out in the open. And we have nanotechnology, which is the science and engineering of manipulating matter at the molecular or atomic scale, typically at dimensions less than 100 nanometers. It involves manipulating atoms and molecules to create structures with new chemical and physical properties, leading to applications in various fields such as electronics, medicine, energy, and textiles. This technology has revolutionized industries by enabling the development of high-performance products and innovative solutions. We have graphene oxide, which is a perfect black material that absorbs all light. It is also the world's strongest material, even stronger than a diamond. And it is an excellent conductor of heat and electricity, and it is used in solar panels. We have smart dust, which is an especially interesting topic for me. It's basically a dust that is comprised of tiny autonomous microsensors that can collect a wide range of data about its surroundings. This includes environmental data like temperature, humidity, and air quality, as well as physical data such as vibration, pressure, and acceleration. Additionally, smart dust can detect light, magnetic fields, and even the presence of certain chemicals. In some applications, smart dust can also collect biometric data and images. So imagine a dust that I could hold in the palm of my hand, and I could throw that dust into your living room, and that dust would take a picture of your living room and transmit it to me on a computer screen. Okay, I'll repeat that. I can take a handful of dust, throw it into your living room, and that dust will take a perfect picture of your living room and transmit it to me on a computer screen. Whatever's in your living room. That is a very sophisticated spying mechanism, smart dust. And I wouldn't doubt that there are targeted individuals that have had that thrown at them or into their living quarters to take pictures quickly of them inside to see exactly what they're up to. We have hydrogel, which is a cross-linked polymer network that can absorb and retain large amounts of water, mimicking the properties of natural tissues. They are used in a wide range of applications, including wound care, drug delivery, tissue engineering, and even as a base for cosmetics. We have extremely low frequencies, which is interesting because it's basically a frequency that can be used as a weapon. It's basically a type of radiation that, if used on humans for various periods of time, can lead to psychological problems, reproductive problems, immune system deficiency, cardiovascular disease, and cancer. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is a frequency, not that much different than a radio frequency or any other kind of frequency, that can be pointed at a person from a remote location. And mind you, frequencies are invisible. The human eye cannot catch a frequency. Yes, there are frequencies, and mind you, every definition that I have put on this discourse can be fact-checked online with the National Library of Health or various other credible websites. And every piece of technology that we're going to talk about tonight exists today in various capacities and is used by governments, military. Some are used by law enforcement agencies, and some are used by people who can purchase these items and use them for mischief, criminal mischief. So yes, you can impose cancer on a person using extremely low frequencies. If you point that frequency at a person for a long enough period of time, you can induce cancer against that person. Scalar wave. Some individuals going scalar wave therapy may experience symptoms associated with detoxification, such as headache, muscle aches, gastrointestinal upset, or feeling like they have a hangover. This is attributed to the therapy stimulating cellular detoxification process. That's a scalar wave. It is a radio wave that can be aimed at a person to induce a feeling of intoxication. That can be used against a person for a number of reasons, including to disrupt them, especially if they work a job that requires physical exertion. You can use scalar wave. You can use scalar waves to make that person weaker at their job so that they cannot perform right. We got the boosting process, which is an algorithmic machine learning model that adds upgrade components to weak learner models to help them perform more accurately. We have ultrasonic sound frequency weapons. High frequency sounds, including ultrasound and very high frequency sounds, can affect the human body in various ways, ranging from auditory effects like hearing loss to non-auditory effects such as nausea, headaches, and even changes in brain activity. These effects can be influenced by factors like sound intensity, duration of exposure, and individual sensitivity. Prolonged effects include hearing loss and the damage to delicate hair cells in the inner ear. So this is another frequency weapon which can be generated by any number of devices, where if aimed at a person, and you can aim these devices at a person through their house because these frequencies travel through walls. So if you aim this frequency at a person for long enough, you can cause serious health problems for them without them knowing exactly what's happened. We're going to go down to pulse modulation, which includes radioactive materials. Some products marketed as scalar energy pendants have been found to contain radioactive materials like uranium-238 and thorium-232, emitting alpha, beta, and gamma radiation. This is another radiation / spectrum weapon that can be used to cause health problems in a person invisibly. We spoke briefly on scalar waves. Masers have thermal effects like sources of electromagnetic radiation. You can use a maser on a person because, like a gamma ray or something to that effect, it is an invisible object that can be aimed at a person, and it creates health concerns, including neurological effects, negative effects in your nervous system. It can induce oxidative stress in various tissues and impact the antioxidant defense system. And it can cause genetic damage. Some studies have suggested that microwave radiation, which, mind you, can be used as a weapon, may cause DNA damage in living organisms. And mind you, I am at the 49-minute mark of this video, which gives me about another 8 or so minutes to record with respect to being able to post this video on TikTok, which is a definitely a desired platform. So as I cross the 1 hour mark, every part of this lecture that comes after the 1 hour mark is going to be part 2 of this lecture. So we're going to go down to Vercator. A Vercator is a virtual cathode oscillator and is a microwave generator that is capable of generating brief pulses of turnable narrowband microwaves at a very high power level. The pulse has a magnitude in the range of 100 or more kilovolts and a duration of about 50 to 150 nanoseconds. The electrons are attracted to a thin anode, such as an aluminized PET film or a stainless steel mesh that is connected to the grounded waveguide body. Vercator weapons operate within a wide range of microwave frequencies, typically between 1 and 10 gigahertz, but can also reach into the millimeter wave range, exceeding 39 gigahertz. Exposure to high levels of microwave radiation can cause tissue heating and potential thermal damage, including skin burns and cataracts. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are oscillators, aka microwave generators, that can be used as weapons against a person, causing tissue heating, potential thermal damage, skin burns, and cataracts. And mind you, these technological objects that I'm reading off to you are not only used by militaries in times of war. They can be purchased on the black market by third parties to be used for mischief. Okay? They can also be used by clandestine third parties that are unnamed and unseen for mischief and causing people harm without being seen. We're going to skip down to gyrotron. A gyrotron is a specialized vacuum electronic device that generates high power, high frequency electromagnetic radiation, particularly in the millimeter and sub-millimeter wave range. It utilizes the principle of stimulated cyclotron resonance of electrons moving within a strong magnetic field. These devices are crucial for applications like plasma heating, in fusion reactors, and have potential uses in advanced communications in other areas. The primary potential effect of high-powered gyrotron radiation on humans is heating of body tissues, similar to microwaves. And when we say microwaves, we're not talking the kind of microwaves that you put a hot pocket in and heat it up and eat it. Okay? When we talk about microwaves, we're talking about microwaves in terms of the spectrum of waves that exist on the earth. All of these various waves, radio waves, microwaves, gamma rays, X-rays, all of these rays exist in the earth already. It's just a matter of using devices and technology to capture these rays and use them in ways that you want to use them. You might use an X-ray to see in somebody's book bag to see if they have a weapon, or maybe you want to use an X-ray as a doctor to see if somebody's healthy on the inside. But however, there are other uses for X-rays as well. If you can use an X-ray as a weapon, if you use an X-ray, which is an invisible ray, and you are aiming it at somebody for many hours throughout the day, pointing it at the person, you can create horrible health defects in that person from prolonged exposure to X-rays. So all of the various spectrum of rays can be used in various ways or others. It just all depends on who's using the technology and what their cause is. We're going to move down to Raytheon. Raytheon is now part of RTX Corporation, formerly known as Raytheon Technologies Corporation. RTX is a major player in the aerospace and defense industry, offering a wide range of products and services for both commercial and military applications. The company was formed from a merger of Raytheon Company and the aerospace business of United Technologies Corporation. So basically, Raytheon is a aerospace and defense company that sells aerospace and defense technologies to governments. Ravenclaw is not a military weapon in the traditional sense, but is rather a software and hardware suite used for electronic warfare by the U.S. Army. It's part of the larger electronic warfare planning and management tool. Ravenclaw specifically is a hardened laptop that integrates with other Army systems to provide real-time intelligence and support for electronic warfare operations. So it's essentially a software that is used exclusively for electronic warfare, which is essentially a protocol of various attacks from one user to another user. For example, the sending of viruses to another user and so forth, or the interception of data, that kind of thing. Ravenclaw is basically it helps conduct modeling and simulation for electronic warfare scenarios. It helps validate or adjust enemy situational templates. It's designed to be integrated with other electronic warfare systems such as VMAX and Saber Fury to provide a comprehensive electronic warfare capability. And you may hear me say at various points in time during this lecture that there are people or persons that are observing or sort of making their presence known in various capacities. I'm not here to say that they are gangstalkers or not. What I'm saying is that their presence is peculiar in that they just seem to be sitting there, and quite frankly, I'm not. This lecture here is not really the kind of lecture you sit around a campfire and give. Okay, this is very heavy duty, intensive technological definition. So I'm not sure what anybody just sitting around or standing around or popping up could possibly get out of this. This is for audience that want to learn about the technological aspects of gang stalking and how these technological aspects not only record human behavior, but alter human behavior, okay, cause various human behaviors, and basically allow for the further data collection of human behaviors through various gang stalking campaign protocols, many of which we're going to discuss a little bit later. So we'll move down to direct electromagnetic pulse generators. These are generated by nuclear weapons. They can have devastating indirect consequences for humans by disrupting electronics and critical infrastructure. Their direct effects on the human body, however, are minimal. Now, because the human body is primarily composed of water, which is a good absorber of electromagnetic radiation, therefore a person would need to be very close to the center of a powerful EMP event, such as a nuclear detonation, for the direct effects to pose a significant health risk, according to various agencies. At the level of proximity, the main threats would be the blast itself and radiation poisoning, rather than the electromagnetic pulse. And mind you, these electromagnetic pulse generators are highly radioactive and can cause neurological damage and increase oxidative stress within the body. They could also lead to cognitive impairment and changes in brain activity. Yes, you can use these items as a weapon as well from afar, and if used over a prolonged period of time on a person, can cause them health damages. High amplitude radio media, which has an acronym of HARM, HARM, is basically AM radio broadcasting, aviation communication, and aircraft communication system technology. Although this high amplitude radio media, believe it or not, can also be used as an invisible weapon, just like some of the other spectrum based technologies that we've talked about. These spectrums, okay, these various radio and gamma rays, etc., short waves and so forth, high amplitude rays, extremely low frequency rays, all of these various rays can be invisibly pointed at a person, or rather launched at a person, causing them significant health defects if launched at them over a specific period of time. We'll talk about biocommunications networks. A biocommunications network can refer to two main concepts: the field of biocommunication, which studies communication within and between living organisms, and the Biocommunication Association, a professional organization for those involved in visual communication in the life sciences and medicine. So with biocommunication, with respect to the field of study, it encompasses the study of communication processes with and between different species, including plants, animals, fungi, protozoa, and microorganisms. This field examines how organisms use signals, signs, and codes to interact and convey information. Examples include animal communication, plant microbe interactions, and cell signaling. So basically, biocommunication is the study of how living organisms communicate. It doesn't necessarily have to be humans communicating with other humans, although that is one component of biocommunication. There are plants that communicate with each other on the cellular level. There are animals, for example, we know now that dolphins have the capacity to emit certain sounds that resemble human speech to other dolphins. there are various insects that have the capacity to communicate via their antennae and so forth. Okay, biocommunication is simply the study of how living organisms communicate. And biocommunication is especially important in a gangstalking campaign because a lot of a gangstalking campaign is unspoken communication. Gangstalkers speak to targeted individuals in an unspoken way. Targeted individuals speak back to gangstalkers in an unspoken way. And it's just a continual reciprocal communication mechanism that stalkers and TIs have with one another that fall into the biocommunications field. And how targeted individuals and gang stalkers interact with each other, whether it's spoken communication or unspoken communication, these interactions are documented by yours truly, your governmental auxiliaries that oversee gang stalking campaigns. And this is all done to understand human behavior better so that ideal human behaviors can be retained and taught to the public through various mediums, and the behaviors of humans that are not ideal can be sifted out and essentially treated as deleterious. Let's see, we have modulated electromagnetic spectrum deception, which is basically the use of the electromagnetic spectrum as a weapon of war. So for example, you go to war, there are military personnel that are specializing in electromagnetic spectrum deception, which is basically the use of electromagnetic spectrums, which are invisible, like many of the spectrums we've talked about, to use as weapons of confusion. And you can confuse a person with electromagnetic spectrums if you use it in its intended capacity. You can cause confusion in the enemy. You can cause fatigue in the enemy. You can cause difficulty concentrating. You can cause the increased frequency of headaches, which will make the enemy less likely to be able to fight you to their best ability. It can cause changes in brain activity, such as alterations in encephalographic workings, binding to nerve cells. Okay, long-term electromagnetic frequency exposure can be linked to neurological disorders, including cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease. It can also, like many of the other invisible spectrum weapons we've talked about, cause oxidative stress and DNA damage. Also, there are several studies that suggest that EMF exposure can lead to oxidative stress in various tissues, including increased free radical production, lipid peroxidation, which is damage to cell membranes, DNA damage, oxidative stress and DNA damage have been linked to the overexposure of EMF rays as well, including an increased risk of cancer. Yes, these invisible electromagnetic rays, and mind you, these weapons that I'm talking about are factual and identifiable, and you can go anywhere on the internet and learn about them in more depth from credible sources. So yes, these invisible spectrum weapons, if used on a person for a long enough period of time, can cause cancer, reproductive health, nerve damage, lipid peroxidation, which is damage to cell membranes and other such health risks. The International Agency for Research on Cancer has classified radio frequency electromagnetic fields as possibly carcinogenic to humans based on an increased risk for glioma associated with wireless phone use. I know a lot of you may remember Years ago, when the safety of the use of cellular phones was in question, there was a time where people thought that using cellular phones was causing them health damage, and it was. Cellular phones emit light radiation, and overexposure to this radiation can cause health defects, serious health defects. And mind you, radiation, like electromagnetic spectrums and various other spectrums and rays, are invisible. You can't see them. But there are devices out there that can use these spectrums as weapons, and if you are able to use this weapon against a person for long enough, you can cause them horrible health defects. There are many targeted individuals that report, and mind you, I'm assuming that I'm not the only targeted individual on planet Earth. There are other targeted individuals that report feeling some sort of an outside force or an outside mechanism that has a direct effect on their mood, their thinking, their thoughts, their emotions, their ability to reason, and their ability to use their faculties. These invisible weapons are used by the third parties that we refer to as gangstalkers in that capacity. Mind you, targeted individuals have not necessarily committed any crime or have declared that they will commit any crime or terrorist action that would warrant the use of these highly sophisticated electromagnetic or biological weapons against that person. This is just simply a part of the gangstalking campaign in and of itself, because like I've said before, targeted individuals are more or less human experiments that are used to help companies, governments, agencies get a better idea of human behavior for various reasons. And mind you, every weapon, every piece of technology on this list that I'm reading to you is extremely expensive. The only entity that could afford any of this are governments, because they raise taxes in exchange for public services. So only really a government can afford a lot of this stuff, unless you are a company with government-like resources. Very few private citizens can afford any of this stuff. However, if used in the wrong hands, all of these pieces of technology can be used to inflict harm on people rather than the opposite. So you have remote neural link, which is considered, it's called voice to skull, which essentially allows a person to transmit their voice essentially right into a person's psychological faculties, using various spectrums and the like. It's called remote neural link, and they all in some capacity utilize brainwave manipulation, which is a very easy thing to do. There are technologies where you can manipulate a person's brainwaves very easily, and from a distance over a long period of time, causing that person's personality essentially to change over time, really. Brainwave manipulation is very easy. And the reason it's easy is because the human brain actually transmits electronic impulses really every second. And those impulses can be picked up on and manipulated by third-party technologies. We have EEG cloning. We have it's sort of a rehash of extremely low frequency, which we read about earlier tonight, which is basically a frequency spectrum where if used as a weapon against a person can cause horrible defects in that person's health up to and including cancer. It's linearly polarized magnetic flux density was generated using a standard double Helmholtz coils and applied to the human head over a sequence of 1 minute stimulations, followed by 1 minute without stimulation in the following order of frequencies: 50, 16.66, 13, 10, 8.33, and 4 hertz. We collected recordings on we meaning the conductors of this particular study on EEG cloning collected recordings on 33 human volunteers under double-blind counterbalance conditions, each stimulation lasting for 2 minutes, followed by a 1 minute post-stimulation EEG recording. The same procedure was repeated for the EMS control sessions, where the order of control and exposure sessions was determined randomly according to the subject's ID number. So there were a number of people who lent themselves to this experiment on essentially it's brainwave manipulation. It's whether the study that was conducted investigated whether extremely low frequencies can alter human brain activity, and the result was yes. Okay, extremely low frequencies, if used over a period of time on a person, can significantly alter brain activity. Now, why is that important? Well, it's important because of this. Can you create the ideal person by using EEG technology to manipulate their brain waves so that they're always in the perfect mood? You can use this technology to the point where you can actually put someone in the perfect mood all the time by manipulating their brain waves with these EEGs. Okay? Now, alternately, depending on how you use the EEG on the person, you can also induce an all-day, all-year bad mood in that person. You can cause a person to be extremely irritable with these EEG technologies as well. It's just all in how you use it. It's all in how you manipulate the brain waves of the person. So let's say I wanted to experiment on a person and I wanted to see how they interacted with their significant others during a series of brainwave manipulations, and then document the findings. Well, it's up to me. I can put them in a good mood or I can put them in a bad mood and document how my use of the EEG put them in a good mood or a bad mood, and how that good mood or bad mood affected their interpersonal relationships. So next you have EEG heterodyning, which is neural signal mixing. Research suggests that neurons themselves act as signal mixers, combining different oscillation frequencies, both internally generated, endogenous, and externally influenced, exogenous, to create new frequencies. The process is crucial for information processing and is linked to various cognitive functions such as visual attention being regulated by the conversion of alpha-beta oscillations into gamma-band oscillations. Interference and artifacts. The term heterodyning effects can also refer to the mixing of the brain's natural electrical activity, which is called an EEG signal. We talked about that earlier, with unwanted signals or artifacts from various sources. The sources of interference and artifacts are physiological, muscle movements including eye blinks, heart signals, and head movements can all create electrical activity that contaminates the EEG's recordings. External and environmental, for example, power line noise, which is 50 to 60 hertz, nearby electronic equipment, and even cable movement can introduce artifacts into the EEG signal. You have the electromagnetic fields, which is exposure to certain types of electromagnetic fields, including those from mobile phones and other wireless devices, which we've discussed earlier, has been shown to alter brain activity as measured by the EEG. These alterations can be observed as changes in brainwave patterns, particularly in the alpha frequency band. However, the mechanisms underlying these effects are still being investigated, with both thermal and non-thermal explanations proposed. So also we have electronic brain link, which is also known as brain-computer interface. It's a technology that allows a person to control external devices using brain signals. So I'll stop there. They have technology called electronic brain link. Now, mind you, I'm all for technology. Okay, the more sophisticated the technology, the better. And here's why. And I'm going to get back to technology in Gangstalking Campaigns in a minute, but I'm talking holistically in the grand scheme of things. The more technology that people have, the more perfect they can become. Okay? Now, and when I say the more perfect they can become, the less errors they will make. You make less errors the more technology you have. And the more technology you have, the more productive you can be. Okay? Furthermore, people are safer with better technology. I mean, just think of it. If we didn't have CCTV cameras, for example, okay, people would be less inhibited to committing crimes, especially heinous crimes. Okay. Also, if we didn't have high technology like cellular devices, if something were to happen to a person or around a person that made them feel like their immediate safety were threatened, they would have to run and go knock on somebody's door and use a phone to call the authorities, or they'd have to go and find some other place like a store or a gas station or anywhere that they can find to contact not only law enforcement but EMS. Okay, cell phones make it so that you can make these calls wherever and whenever. And if you're not able to make a call to law enforcement or the authorities, you can use these data devices, these cellular devices, to contact friends and family, people who can help you out right then and there. You know, the days of being stranded are over. If you have a cellular device, if you are somewhere lost or maybe you're not sure where you are, you can use GPS to find your way back to safety. You see, satellites are not all that bad. I mean, satellites allow us the opportunity to absorb data, the kinds of data that we need to make our lives better with respect to what's available on the internet and what's not available on the internet. And mind you, I said earlier that I was going to have strange people popping up from time to time. I just had a guy ride by me on a bicycle and his butt was raised, and I wanted to get up and walk away from him so I wouldn't have to endure the ass breeze that was coming my way from this gentleman, which is obviously the reason that he walked past or rode past on his bike with his butt raised in the air like that. That's not even how you ride a bicycle. He did that as an annoyance tactic, and I'm going to get those from time to time during this lecture because essentially I am a targeted individual, and this is just the type of annoying stuff gang stalkers do on a daily basis. So, electronic brain link, is a way for example, you can use EEG type equipment and connect it to a person's head, and that person using his thoughts can control, for example, a mouse on a computer screen. Okay, and where this is all going ultimately is human thoughts are tangible items. Okay, that can be observed, caught, collected, recorded. Okay, human thoughts are essentially readable. Now, I'd like to stop for a second and talk some about synchronization. Synchronization is a direct product of some of these remote neural technological mechanisms. Okay, my brain activity, my brainwave activity is being monitored remotely right now. Okay, my heart rate is being remotely monitored right now. Okay, now how is a person's brain activity or heart rate being remotely monitored? It's being remotely monitored because brain waves and heartbeats are electronically devised, and when you get disgusting asshole weasels like the one that just rode by on the bike with his butt raised, and I know where that came from too. Okay, I know where a lot of the street theater that I'm experiencing right now, I know where a lot of it's coming from. Okay, and quite frankly, I don't really want to talk about these people too often, because they're the kinds of people that will instigate problems in another person's life in an attempt to sort of generate interest to themselves, or generate a buzz to their name, or generate some sort of other try to make a name for themselves, rather, or try to make their self more interesting than they already are. And they may not have the talents or abilities to go above and beyond and achieve what other people achieve. So rather than try and go above and beyond in their own personal capacities, they find people around them that they think that they can take advantage of, and then they go ahead and try and take advantage of them using this gang stalking garbage, with the hopes that that targeted person will at some point do something detrimental to themselves or someone else, possibly so that these people, the ones that are orchestrating this street theater, will be able to eventually draw attention to themselves from the catastrophe. Now, I'm going to say this too, because I kind of had a feeling that at some point during this lecture, I was going to encounter one of these knuckleheads, right? And here's why this is important, is because not only is my tablet hacked by some of these third parties that I'm talking about, but the very lecture that I'm giving right now is being actively recorded by third parties using very sophisticated sound boom or laser boom technology, all of which capture sound. So there are a number of people that are listening to me right now, although they stay invisible, because one thing that I've learned about gang stalkers is that they're very much the frightened type. They're the kind of person that might call the police on their own shadow, okay, for following them too close. Okay, that's the kind of people that they are. They're perpetually frightened, they're perpetually scared, and they use their perpetual fright as a pretext to attack whatever it is that's scaring them. Okay, I mean, it's quite pathetic, but it's the way things are, and a lot of street theater that a targeted individual encounters is perpetrated against them by third parties who have reported somewhere that this person has scared them in some way. Okay, so if you're that type of person, you're the typical scaredy cat weasel that really can't do anything in life because you're afraid something's going to happen to you, change the channel. This project is not for you. You are not part of my targeted audience. And quite frankly, your ideas of what I'm talking about are irrelevant to me. Okay, and I'm talking directly to you. Do you understand? This project is for people who are not afraid to think independently. This project are for people who appreciate their inalienable rights. This project is for people who are courageous. This project is for people who are honest. This project is for people who are upright. This project is for people who have the fortitude to seek the truth. Okay? So if you are the opposite of everything that I have just said, change the channel, because I can assure you that you are not going to like me, you're not going to like my project, and you're not going to like the kind of people that like my project. And the reason you're not going to like me is because I'm not the kind of person that has that fearful spirit all the time. Okay? Gang stalkers, in my opinion, are typically the kind of person that was too afraid to pursue their dreams in life. They were too afraid to pursue the various adventures that they wanted to pursue, and they were too afraid to go out into the world and demonstrate their abilities in such a way that would impact society. They're just too afraid. And the reason that they're afraid is because fear for them is a pretext for attacking a person. Okay? All I have to do is say I'm afraid of you, and that gives me a pretext to go out and recruit some thug to come around you and use street theater like we just experienced. I don't need to say names. I know who my listeners are, and quite frankly, if you're listening to me and you don't particularly care for me personally, like I said, I've already run down the list of traits of the kinds of people that this project is for, and it just simply ain't you. So change the channel. You'll save both of us a lot of trouble. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get back to gang stalking technology. And we are going to move over into brain-to-brain interface. Brain-to-brain interface is a type of technology that enables direct communication between two brains. Now, mind you, this communication it's similar to what a person might describe as telepathy. And it bypasses the need for traditional sensory or motor pathways. This is achieved by combining brain-to-brain interface technology, which reads brain activity and neurostimulation. So, what this piece of technology is implying is that it is possible to link two brains together in principle. Now, when I say link these brains together, it is basically a system of brainwave manipulation that we talked about earlier, meaning the constant stimulation of brain waves using electronic, we'll call them electronic weapons, although they don't necessarily have to be used as weapons, but they are electronic in nature, to stimulate brainwave activity. And essentially, if you stimulate two people's brainwave activity in a similar manner, they will start to do and think the same kinds of things. Like, for example, You might feel the need to get up and stretch, and the person next to you, maybe your significant other, also gets up and stretches with you at the exact same time. Not because you want or you planned on stretching at the same time, but you decided, maybe your back was tense, or your shoulder or your knee or your thigh or your ankle was tense, and you wanted to get up and stretch that body part, and your significant other or whoever's with you stands up at the exact same time and stretches with you. That might be a symptom or a result of brain-to-brain interface. It's possible that your brain waves have been stimulated in a similar or synchronous manner using these invisible technologies to where your brain activity mirrors one another, and you'll therefore begin to start exhibiting similar behaviors to another person. Next will be mind uploading. Mind uploading is also known as mind transfer or brain uploading, and it is the hypothetical process of transferring a person's mental content and consciousness into a digital or artificial substrate. It's a concept that explores the possibility of digital immortality and has been a recurring theme in science fiction movies. Although, mind you, this concept of mind uploading is actually in effect right now. It was portrayed in various science fiction movies in the 70s and 80s, but today it is a reality, and you can go online and read how this is done. It's basically the recording of a person's mental activity onto a medium of some kind, perhaps a screen, or perhaps a computational device or some other memory mechanism. You got whole brain emulation. This approach involves scanning the brain in detail, potentially using advanced microscopy techniques, and then creating a computer simulation that replicates the brain's structure and function. You have neuroprosthetics, which is basically gradually replacing the biological brain components with artificial ones, potentially leading to a fully digital mind. This is very much a possible reality. The human brain's electronic activity, and mind you, every brain produces electronic waves. If that electronic activity is both enhanced and sustained over a long period of time, then the digitization of the brain can begin. And mind you, that might not be a bad thing. A person might be smarter, happier, less violent, more productive, more effective, more intelligent with the use of some of these technologies. But on the flip side, if these technologies are used against a person in a dangerous or violent manner, then that person's health can be made to decline. And we'll move down to scanning and copying, which involves creating a detailed scan of the brain, understanding its structure and function, and then emulating or replacing it in a computer. The challenges of considerations are the mapping of the brain, which is a significant challenge. This is the immense complexity of the human brain with billions of neurons and trillions of connections. Emulating consciousness, it's unclear if simply replicating the brain structure is enough to recreate its consciousness, or if there are other essential factors involved. We have sensory input. For a digital mind to be truly functional, it would likely need to interact with a simulated environment that provides sensory input. The ethical implications of mind uploading have raised profound ethical questions about the identity, personhood, and the nature of consciousness. So essentially what you're seeing with these technologies is human emotions can be altered using third-party technologies. The brain waves and the chemical makeup of your mind can be altered using third-party applications. Okay? These third-party applications are being described for you right here and now. Can the ideal person that we talked about at the beginning of this lecture be created using these technological marvels? That's some of what gangstalking is about. Can the ideal person be created? Or we'll say, can the ideal person be brought forth using these brain altering mechanisms? Here's mind interface. Mind interface is also known as brain-computer interface. It is a direct communication pathway between the brain and an external device. I've seen news articles on Facebook where in China they have it here too. I mean, they have it all over the world, but this particular article was about how this is used in China, where a child's thoughts were used to manipulate computer functions. For example, this child was able to move the mouse cursor, a digital mouse cursor, with her brain. She was able to type words on a computer screen with her brain. She was able to delete, backspace, and alter words on a computer screen with her brain. Thoughts can be caught, controlled, and manipulated, and eventually humans are going to try and do this for the soul. There are a number of scientists that believe that the human soul is tangible and can actually be seen. It can actually be touched. It can actually be manipulated. And that's ultimately where a lot of this is going. You have religious communities that have lots of money and donate a lot of money to this kind of research so that they can see if they can actually manipulate the human soul while it is in a person's body. That's where a lot of this is going. Because if you can manipulate a person's soul like you manipulate their brain waves, then you may be able to alter what happens to that soul after the person passes away. So if you want hell to look a certain way or heaven to look a certain way through the manipulation of one's soul, should that soul produce electrical impulses, then you can essentially control somebody's afterlife, which is ultimately the end goal of a lot of this. So we're going to move on to our next technological topic. We have TAMI, which is the time-aware machine intelligence. Now, mind you, I am all for intelligent machines. I just think these intelligent machines should be used to benefit humanity and make humans perfect. And I believe that humans can become perfect if their brainwave activity is properly understood and properly cultivated and properly nourished. A person can become perfect with these highly advanced technological devices. You just have to use them in a way that nourishes the person rather than destroys the person. Now, Tommy is a very interesting thing because it's the time-aware machine intelligence program. Now, I think machines should be intelligent. I think artificial intelligence is a good thing. I think anything that diminishes human error is a good thing, because humans are capable of doing some incredibly egregious things. I mean, ask any prosecutor in the country, ask any defense attorney in the country, ask any judge in the country, what are some of the worst things you've seen human beings do to other human beings? Okay? They will tell you some of the most unbelievable and outrageous things you've ever heard. Talk to any law enforcer. And not just at the local level, but also at the state and federal levels. What are some of the worst things you've seen human beings do to other human beings? And they will tell you some equally horrible things, okay? Human beings are capable of some extremely horrific things. And quite frankly, these intelligences, these machines, these various technological marvels can be used to make humans more perfect and less violent, more productive and less useless, more intelligent and less dull. Okay? If used properly, these devices can do great things for people. But in a gang-stalking campaign, it's hard to tell if these devices are being used for good or evil. Some targeted individuals hear that the technology that's being used against them is being used for negative things. Now, I just saw some more street theater, and mind you, I'm going to tell you something else about these gang stalkers too. A lot of them appear to be unfulfilled people. You know, when I encounter gang stalkers on a daily basis, a lot of them don't look like the kind of person that achieved in life what they wanted to achieve in life. It doesn't matter what it is. Some gang stalkers have decent careers, some have decent educations, some have nice families, some of them are married and with offspring, and some of them are contributors to society. But ultimately, they all have this air of insecurity about them. And I believe some of them participate in gang stalking, particularly the signal taking and the domination tactics and the noise harassments and various other harassments that gang stalkers participate in to raise their own self-esteem. And that's sad, because a person should be able to raise their self-esteem through their own personal merits, their good judgment, their abilities, and their capacity to maximize those abilities. That's what you do to raise your self-esteem, not go around taking signals from other people on that will lead you to people that you're supposed to use harassment tactics on. That's kind of lame. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to continue on. We're going to continue on to electron resonance spin, which is which is also known as electron paramagnetic resonance. It's a powerful spectroscopic technique for studying materials with unpaired electrons. It's analogous to nuclear magnetic resonance, but focuses on magnetic properties of electrons rather than the atomic nuclei. How does it work? ESR spectroscopy works by detecting transitions between electronic spin states when sample containing unpaired electrons is placed in a magnetic field and is exposed to electromagnetic radiation, usually in the microwave range. Here's the simplified explanation. Unpaired electrons. This technique is specifically designed for materials with unpaired electrons such as free radicals, transition metal ions, and certain defects in solids. Magnetic field and spin alignment is when placed in a static magnetic field, the unpaired electron's magnetic moment aligns either parallel or anti-parallel to the field, creating two energy states. Microwave radiation and resonance. is when the application of microwaves of a specific frequency, the energy difference between these spin states can be matched. At this resonance condition, the electrons absorb the microwave energy and transition between the energy levels. The detection and analysis of this is the absorption of this energy being detected and converted into a spectrum, which provides information about the existence, quantity, type, nature, environment, and behavior of the unpaired electrons within the sample. This is used for food sciences, carbon dating, materials, and chemistry. Now, basically, what we're talking about here is the study of subatomic particles. Okay, subatomic particles are basically particles that are smaller than atoms. Okay, so for example, two of the smallest particles anywhere in the universe are molecules and atoms. Molecules are larger than atoms. Anything smaller than an atom, okay, and mind you, the human body is made up of countless atoms. Your surroundings, your planet, your universe is made up of countless atoms. And there are materials smaller than atoms that are called subatomic particles. Electron spin resonance allows scientists in the, I guess we could call it physics sector, to study electrons at the subatomic particle level. And you're able to see how electrons are able to essentially the communication between electrons in any particle, the way the electrons communicate with each other in any particle. Electron spin resonance allows you to observe these things. Now, why is that important? It's important because if you can understand electron spin resonance or its application to science, you can manipulate just about anything. Okay, you can build nuclear weapons that are capable of destroying entire countries. I'm talking make a whole country go up in flames. Okay, when you're talking about the study of electrons and subatomic particles, you're talking about the study of the subatomic makeup of things. If you can learn how to manipulate or destroy things, okay, from the molecular level outwards, you can create weapons that are so powerful that you could essentially enslave the whole world with them. And that's a lot of where we're going with a lot of this technology. We're going for eventually what all this is going to lead to is it's going to lead to an elite class of scientific minds having direct control over the trajectory of the life of other people. Okay, if you can use these various technologies to manipulate not only people's health, but manipulate their brain activity, manipulate their movements, manipulate their thoughts, manipulate what they're going to do and what they're not going to do, you can eventually learn to manipulate, using these technologies, entire populations of people. Okay, what we're talking about is mass mind control. Okay, you can use these technologies to essentially establish yourself as a king anywhere on the earth, and a lot of us targeted individuals are being used as guinea pigs for that very purpose. Let's see, we got tractometry and command satellites, which is basically systems crucial for maintaining the health, performance, and mission objective of satellites. So track telemetry and command satellites are basically satellite monitors that allow a communication link between a satellite and ground stations, which the ground station monitors the satellite. The track telemetry and command satellites allow the communication between satellites in orbit and the ground stations. It allows them to communicate to one another electronically, so those on the ground are able to monitor the satellite's health while it's in orbit. Hello and good afternoon. It is your host, Emmanuel Isaiah Smith. Today's date is Saturday, July 19th, 2025. The time is 4:56 p.m. and welcome to part 3 of my 3-part lecture, The Ideal Population and the Technology Used to Secure that Ideal Population. Now, mind you, when I say the technology used to secure that ideal population, I'm not saying that this technology was invented to keep the ideal population secure or safe. That's not what I mean. When I say the technology used to secure the ideal population, I mean the technology used to make sure that the ideal population is the population, not only in the United States, but on this planet. Now, before I get into the technology part of this lecture, I'm going to say a few words about population control, because ultimately this concept that I'm asserting, what is the ideal population, okay, it has to do with the idea that, first of all, there is an ideal population. Secondly, what does that population do? And thirdly, why is that population important? Now, these sound like very multi-layered questions that require elaborate answers, but you can actually boil this particular idea down to size, as they say. For one, every government in the world that collects data on its citizens has an idea of which citizens are the ideal citizens. And what I mean by the ideal citizens is the citizens that every government sees as preferable citizens. These are the kinds of citizens that any government wishes their entire population was made of. Okay, now let's take country X. We'll call it country X. It doesn't have to be any particular country. We're just going to use country X as an example. So we have country X, and it has a population of, we'll say, 500 million people. And of that 500 million, as with any country, 49% are men, 51% are women. And also, like any other country, country X's majority is at least 70% of the population, and then the minority of country X, we'll say, is 30% of the population. Like any country, country X has a top 1%, which in respect to the top earners in the country. It has classes. For example, it has your wealthy class, and mind you, I am not an opponent of wealth, but I acknowledge that it does exist. There are wealthy people in the world. That is simply a fact. Then you have your upper middle classes. Then you have your middle classes. Then you have your lower middle classes. Then you have your impoverished classes. Country X is structured in this manner, just like any other country. Furthermore, just like any other country, Country X has a central bank. Okay, a bank of issue. A bank that is the policy setter for all economic activity of every other bank in the country, public or private. And as with any other country, Country X has an executive leadership. Okay, for all intents and purposes, we're going to call Country X we'll call it a free market state. We're not going to say necessarily capitalism, but we're going to say free market. Country X has a thriving marketplace. It has public and private buyers in this marketplace. It has a major religion, and it has minor religions. Obviously, the majority of the country of Country X are adherents to, at least loosely affiliated with the major religion. Country X has a history, a founding, a constitution. It has publicly appointed officials, and it has popularly elected officials, just like any other country. Country X has colleges and universities. It has high schools, middle schools. It has charter schools and private schools. Country X is a debt-based economy, meaning you must take out loans for college, for homes, for vehicles, for lots of things. And you're expected to pay them back against your earning potential and your credit score. Country X has seen wars. Country X has avoided wars. Country X has a voter block, and Country X has people who choose not to vote. Country X has people that contribute to its society, and Country X has people who do not contribute. Furthermore, Country X has people who have plenty, and Country X has people who have very little. Country X has a criminal justice system, a civil litigation system. Country X has a hierarchy of courts, meaning there is a top court, and then there are several other high courts that answer to that top court, and then there are local courts that handle public appeals and are essentially court of common pleas, as they say. Country X has a military, and Country X has a military industrial sector. Ultimately, Country X also has surveillance because, quite frankly, Country X is beholden to its citizens with respect to making them safe. Because like any government, Country X has an unwritten contract that it goes into with its citizens the moment they become citizens. The majority of Country X's citizens are born here. The rest of them have immigrated here from other countries by legal means. Country X has a very tight border, meaning that it is impossible or nearly impossible to enter Country X illegally. So what that means is that of the population of Country X, most, if not all, of its citizens are documented. Okay? Now, there's data collection in Country X. Country X has a system of purchases that it makes with the technology sector. And there are high degrees of surveillance going on in Country X, namely to ensure the public good. The reason surveillance exists in Country X is so it can intercept crime before it happens, especially violent crimes. And all of the surveillance that happens in Country X is for that purpose, to stop crime before it happens. And it is very successful in Country X. As a result of this philosophy of criminal justice, Country X has very low violent crime because it intercepts those violent crimes before they happen using its police force, both plainclothes and uniformed. Country X also utilizes its military in efforts to fight crime, particularly in times of peace rather than war. Country X has a flat tax for its citizens depending on their income bracket. So if you are in income bracket A, you have a flat tax. If you are in income bracket B, a flat tax. And these are on your gross earnings. Income brackets C, D, E, and F also have a flat tax, and all of these flat taxes are based upon the gross yearly earnings of the citizen divided into quarterly payments. This ensures that the tax revenues of the state are maximized while allowing the citizen as much of their own money as possible. And as a result of that, Country X has a good relationship with its citizens. Now, Country X has decided to collect data on its citizens. As an experiment, it wants to collect as much data not only on human behavior, but on human interactions with each other, with companies, and with the government. So Country X puts together an elaborate multi-trillion-dollar project to find out what citizens react and interact best with each other, with companies, and with their governments. Which citizens react best to each other, to businesses, and to their governments, and why? As a local scooterhead flies by me at a high rate of speed, nearly missing me, as I stand here in Doral, Florida, across the street from the Crossroads Business Complex, which is obviously an act of provocation. And if that continues to happen throughout this lecture is going to get more and more adversarial. Not to Country X, because this is a fictional country, but to the United States federal government, which is an actual country. So if whatever these liaisons you guys got running around, I don't know what you pay them, or if they make a decent living off of this gang stalking stuff, but if they keep acting up and trying to disrupt this lecture, this is going to turn into something very different than me talking about technology. Okay, it's going to turn into a political philosophy exercise as to why the United States federal government is a failed entity. Okay, and I know I'm being listened to by various federal auxiliaries right now as I speak, because I can kind of see their activity around me. So if you keep disrupting this, I'm going to invoke my rights of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, and I'm going to let people know what I really think about you live, not on paper, okay? Live, right here and now. Okay? So, back to business. Country X has decided to collect data on its citizens to see who the ideal citizens are with respect to who in this country interacts best with other citizens, with companies, and with the government. So, for argument's sake and for time's sake, we are going to say that the top 1%, okay, the wealthiest in the country, at the end of this study, which used a massive amount of public and private surveillance of citizens and their behaviors, not only their purchasing behaviors, but their casual interactions with each other, companies, and the government. Let's say that there was a point system awarded, and the top 1%, namely the wealthiest at the end of this study, came out on top with respect to this point system. And the wealthiest were deemed by Country X's federal government to be the ideal citizens, not with respect to how much they pay in taxes. Because mind you, wealthy people always pay more in taxes than people below their income brackets. It's just the numbers game behind it. So we're not talking about their purchasing power or their ability to pay taxes or the amount of taxes that they pay. We're talking about their daily interactions, the effectiveness, the efficiency, okay, the usefulness of their interactions are above the rest according to this point system. So now the government has its answer. It has its champion. It's income bracket A, the top 1%, based on this point system, which was implemented as fairly as possible by a team of economists and political scientists. The top 1% won. So they are deemed by the government of Country X to be the most effective, efficient, and useful citizens with respect to how they interact with the world around them. Now, there are a number of other pieces of data that need to be collected now. Now we need to know some other things about the winner of this contest. Now the government wants to know, what is their ethnic makeup? What is their family history? What were their academic grades like? What courses of study did they follow in college? What kind of public records have they generated? How have they handled themselves in courts of law? How many children do they have on average? What kind of sports do they play? What kind of music do they purchase? If they do leisurely activity like video games or casual vacations, what do they play? What kind of vacations do they go on? How long are they on vacation? How much do they spend on the family vacation? How do they allot their property after one of them passes away? How do they settle disputes within the family, if any arises? What kinds of cars do they drive and for how long? Do they like two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive and why? How often do they buy gasoline? What are their habits of purchasing groceries and so forth? How much sleep do they get each night? What are the relationships between husband and wife like in these top 1% categories? How do these people vote? Who do they vote for and why? What kinds of television programs do they watch at home? What kind of movies do they go out and see? What kinds of entertainment do they make available to their children during their formative years? How are their children reared? How are their children taught right and wrong? How are their children taught mature themes like, for example, reproduction or religion or the afterlife or what it means to be a human being on this earth? How are all these things handled by the group that the government has deemed the most efficient of them all? The ideal group. The group that has outperformed all the other groups with how they interact with the world around them. Okay, what are these people's health like? What is their diet like? How often do they visit the doctor for checkups? How often do they do vaccines? All right, here comes another scooter head. If this is a liaison attack, then we're going to change the topic right now. Because that's probably what they want. They don't like it when I lay things out real nice and smooth. They like to try and disrupt what I got going. Because they want this to turn ugly so they'll have a reason to retaliate against me later. So we'll just see what happens. Okay. So ultimately, every behavior that this ideal group, including their buying behaviors, will be officially documented by the state of country X using a variety of factors. It's not difficult to pull someone's bank statements or their mortgage statements or their hospital bills or their insurance company bills or their car notes or their school transcripts or their voting records, their credit scores, their phone records. Okay, all these things paint a picture of a person. And at the end of all this, it appears that this Group A won the competition. Now the government wants to know more intimate details about them. Why? Well, because maybe this government, Country X, wants all its citizens to be like Bracket A. Now that we know why Bracket A has proven its superiority to all the other brackets, now we want to make it so that every bracket conducts themselves like Bracket A. So brackets B, C, D, E, and F, now all of you are going to experience sort of a sweep. We are going to use Bracket A as the standard of the ideal citizen because we've determined that they are the ideal citizen, and we want all of you, brackets B through F, we want you all to now act like Bracket A because they've proven that they are the most efficient and effective citizens of this country. And we want future generations of this country to be more like bracket A, because they're the most effective and they are the most useful to this society. Now, at this point, the citizens that belong to brackets B through F, although they greatly outnumber bracket A, they're getting ready to undergo a transformation whether they like it or not. And because brackets B through F outnumber bracket A, this change that's about to happen, it's going to have to happen quietly, otherwise brackets B through F might revolt. So we put together these social engineering programs that force brackets B through F to be more like bracket A. Although it's going to be something like this. Bracket A's spending behaviors, their consumption of entertainment behaviors, their behaviors between husband and wife, their behaviors between parent and child, their study habits, their classroom behaviors, their sporting interests, their political beliefs, their religious practices, all of these things are now going to be imposed on brackets B through F, albeit clandestinely, so that brackets B through F don't get offended. Because after all, brackets B through F, matter of fact, brackets A through F, none of them know that their government, namely Country X, has conducted this experiment. They've conducted it in private. However, the results of this experiment are going to be felt widely. Now, maybe brackets B through F, maybe someone in brackets B through F finds out about this. Then what? Well, that's up for the government of Country X to decide. They'll probably silence the dissent. Why? Because if you're in a bracket B through F, we as the government have determined that you are not quite as effective or efficient as the people in bracket A. So if you get disgruntled at the social engineering programs that we've put together to make you more like bracket A, then you will be silenced, because your feeling of disenfranchisement as to how we're doing our social engineering platform is of little importance to us in the grand scheme of things. Why? Because bracket A has proven to us that they are the most useful, and their behaviors are going to be your behaviors, so you can help this society be more like bracket A. You can either take it and roll with the program, or we're going to roll over you. All right, here comes a third scooter. Now, mind you, Miami-Dade County is full of people that ride electric scooters. I just think it's kind of strange that within 27 minutes of this discourse, all of a sudden I'm seeing scooter after scooter after scooter. It looks like a disruption tactic, but I'm going to keep talking. Because if you remember in part 2 of this discourse, which I did last night, some of the people riding by on these various two-wheeled vehicles were being extremely disgusting and annoying, intrusive, disruptive. I mean, every adjective you can think of for an undesirable person to pop up during a educational lecture. Those are the adjectives I described to the people that were popping up last night, and I probably used some swear words, and I don't take them back either. Let's continue. So ultimately, brackets B through F are going to be forced by the state to be more like bracket A. And quite frankly, no one can really protest, because 25 years prior, the government of Country X found a way to implement into its legal code a permission for this project. So this project is not illegal, because it was passed through the federal legislative body of Country X 25 years prior without anybody knowing it. So the end of the story is going to be this. This government implemented this project. We'll call it Project X. Bracket A were seen to be the most useful citizens, and then brackets B through F were forced to mimic bracket A by law. Even though the laws were clandestine and no one really ever saw them. They were implemented, so they are law. And 100 years later, Country X achieved its goal. 100% of the population now behaves like bracket A. 100% of the population is like bracket A. Another scooter. I'm not going to keep calling them out because, I think that's the point of this. They want me to keep stopping my lecture to call them out. So I'm not going to give them the time of day. We'll let them go make their name somewhere else. So 100 years later, Project X resulted in brackets A through F achieving what's called popular singularity, meaning basically the society is now completely homogenous, meaning that there is very little derivation, there is very little variation in how people act, think, work, or behave, period. There's very little deviation, there's very little variation, and the society is now completely homogenous, and everyone thinks and speaks with one mind. There are governments in the world that I do believe who have people in them. I'm not going to say the entire government, the entire federal establishment, but I believe that every government on planet Earth has a federal establishment that has some people in it, some, that have a dream, a fantasy of seeing a totally homogeneous society, kind of like Country X's has, where all of the people are similar and there's very little variation from one family to the next with respect to how they think, act, and behave. But I think that these representatives that have this fantasy, I think they genuinely would like to see people think, act, and behave in an efficient manner, in a manner that advances their country into the next millennium, and the millennium after that, and the millennium after that. But that has to be achieved using the best and brightest people. And if all you have are the best and brightest, then you can achieve that goal easier, while everyone else falls by the wayside. Now, how can these types of things be carried out? Well, the only way to do it is through technology. The only way to do it is through data gathering. And the only way to do it is through constant indoctrination of your population, which I'm not saying is in America is totally horrible. I mean, there's good and bad things about every country, but I will tell you this. There is something in this country called gangstalking. And that particular program was implemented in secret. Okay, there was no debate on the Senate floor for gangstalking. We're going to get into some of this technology. This technology was, and if you've listened to Discourses 1 and 2 on this Ideal Citizen series, you will see that the technology that's used in gang stalking campaigns on targeted individuals to see how it affects them. Okay, we are human guinea pigs. We were never supposed to figure this out, but we have. Sorry. Well, not sorry, but it is what it is. I'm putting it out there, with the hopes that this program can be either seriously revamped or completely done away with, because it violates life, liberty, and happiness, which are key precepts of the United States Constitution. All of the technology here that I've presented to you over the last 2 lectures are built by what might be described as the best and brightest citizens that America has to offer with respect to the arrangement of these devices and the uses, the available uses of these devices. The government has spent trillions of dollars of your tax money on these devices, not only for its military to fight foreign threats, okay, not only for the law enforcement mechanism to fight crime, okay, those are positive uses for technology. But if you're going to use technology to do things like sabotage a person, or if you're going to use these technologies as a way to disrupt a person, or if you're going to use these technologies as a way to confuse people or manipulate people, or to cause them to live lesser lives than they would have had you not used this technology on them, then that's a problem. That's a violation of their constitutional rights. It's a violation of their civil rights and liberties. Okay, we're going to look at black satellites. Now, mind you, these are called black satellites not because they're used to monitor black people. They're called black satellites because they are named after a company called Black Sky, which is a constellation of satellites and its related technologies rather than a specific type of satellite. So, for example, the company Black Sky produces these satellites called black satellites, which are basically templates of satellites that can be used to enhance the effectiveness of already existing satellites. So Black Sky owns and operates constellations of microsatellites designed for high-resolution imaging and monitoring. So, for example, let's say there's a manhunt underway. Let's say a citizen of this country, the United States of America, commits a heinous crime somewhere. And this heinous crime is going to be investigated by not only the Department of Justice, but the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense has decided to loan the Department of Justice its services in finding and apprehending this person. It is possible that something similar to a Black Sky satellite would be used in finding this person. Because, mind you, people use disguises, people use all kinds of ways of evading the law. So you have to use high-end technology to apprehend fugitives, especially dangerous fugitives. So it's possible that a country like Black Sky could be contacted by the Department of Defense, and given this guy's tendencies, his personal data, his vital statistics, his work history, everything, it's possible that a satellite company, whether it's an outer space satellite company or an interspace satellite company, mind you, there are satellites in outer space, but there are also satellites in our realm right now that are essentially stationary satellites that can be used to locate a person and generate their image and send their image to law enforcement with their exact location. So Black Sky will assist in things like that. The Internet of Things, that's something most people already know about. Your refrigerator, your air conditioner, your heater, your watch, your bicycle, your car. Non-computer items can connect to the internet now. And what that allows for is it allows for interconnectivity. For example, you can change the temperature of your house from your home or from your work or from your tablet or iPhone or your watch. And you can do lots of things in various non-computer aspects using the Internet of Things model, meaning non-computer items can connect to the internet now. It also makes a person more accessible, which is not a bad thing. You being accessible is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing for your country, your government, typically to have access to your location. It's actually a good thing. People are safer that way. But if your government is using your exact location through your various gadgets to send mobs of harassers to you, some of which are sick or carrying diseases for you, that becomes a crime against humanity. That's the kind of activity that I speak out against. Okay, next we have neural data mining, which is basically harnessing the power of the brain for insights. Neural data mining is a rapidly developing field that uses technologies like artificial neural networks to extract valuable insights and patterns from neural data sources like brain recordings and simulations. Inspired by the brain's structure and powerful tools for tasks like classification, prediction, and pattern recognition, enabling researchers to understand complex relationships in neural information that traditional methods might miss. At its core, neural data mining uses ANNs to analyze neural data and identify hidden patterns and relationships. This involves steps like data acquisition and pre-processing, gathering raw neural data from sources such as animal models, human subjects, or simulations, and preparing it for analysis by cleaning and transforming it into a usable format. Feature extraction and selection includes identifying and selecting relevant features from the pre-processed data that are most informative for the mining task. Model training and optimization. Training ANNs on the prepared data to learn patterns and relationships, optimizing the model's performance through techniques like backpropagation and fine-tuning parameters. Pattern recognition and interpretation. Using the trained ANN to analyze new neural data, identify patterns, and interpret their meaning in a human understandable way. Applications of neural data mining. Neural data mining holds immense potential in areas like healthcare and neuroscience, diagnosing neurological disorders, analyzing neural data to develop new diagnostic tools for conditions like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, developing brain-computer interfaces and neuroprosthetics, allowing individuals to control devices with their thoughts, especially beneficial for those with paralysis or motor disorders. Personalized medicine, tailoring treatment plans based on an individual's neural data and genetic information. Business and finance, customer segmentation and behavior analysis, understanding customer preferences and predicting churn for targeted marketing strategies. Fraud detection, identifying unusual patterns and anomalies in financial transactions to detect and prevent fraud. Security and defense, facial and image recognition, developing advanced surveillance and identification systems. Cybersecurity, detecting unusual patterns in network traffic to identify potential threats and intrusions. So, as you can see from that description, neural data mining is an all-encompassing data collection module. It collects behavior, it collects human data, such as human behaviors, such as their buying behaviors, their psychological behaviors with respect to like health reports, psychology reports, psychiatry reports. It collects data from the criminal justice system. It collects data from people's television watching behaviors, which are recorded now by cable companies. Okay? It's not a bad thing. But in the wrong hands, it can be a chaotic thing. You see, just like all the technology here. In the right hands, this kind of technology can change the world for the better. It can make people better. It can make them happier. It can make them more stable. It can make them more useful. But in the wrong hands, as many targeted individuals have unfortunately found out, quote, the hard way, this kind of technology can be used to disrupt and destroy a person's life as well. So if you look at something like data mining, neural data mining, it is a technological wonder. Okay? The people who created such a protocol should pat themselves on the back. They definitely have the capacity to contribute to mankind with innovations like this. But they also have to be careful not to become self-absorbed to the point where they can just throw this stuff around and let anybody get their hands on it. Okay, now, neural data mining also is the collection of people's computer habits, which is not a bad thing. Your government should know how you use a computer. Okay? Because some people use computers to do horrible things to other people. Some people use computers to destabilize society and communities. Some people use computers to interact with people who may want to commit heinous crimes somewhere. So the government should know what a person's computer habits are so that it can identify potential threats to society. My computer habits are being monitored. I don't mind. If you are a government official and you've sworn an oath of service to your country and you have been assigned to my computer activity, go right ahead. I welcome it. Because you know what's going to be seen? The truth. And you're going to be able to process the truth, and you're going to be able to identify true statements, and you are going to be able to relay these true statements to your superiors for processing. And eventually, the federal establishment of this country will realize that a mistake has been made and too much power has been given to people who might abuse that power. So, back to neural data mining. It can be used to predict human behavior using a combination of the gathering of all of this person's identifiable data, their vital statistics, and their public records. Echelon. This is a particularly interesting program to me. This is the next program after data mining. This is called Echelon. Echelon is a this is a particularly interesting module to me, and we're going to read its auspices, and I'll tell you why it's particularly interesting to me. And at the 48-minute mark, should this program run over the hour, we will divide it into 2 segments, and this will be part 3, and the next segment will be part 4. So Echelon. The United Kingdom has a newspaper called The Guardian, and The Guardian summarized this program called Echelon as such. It's a global network of electronic spy stations that can eavesdrop on telephones, faxes, and computers. It can even track bank accounts. This information is stored in Echelon computers, which can keep millions of records on individuals. The ability to intercept communications depend on the medium used, be it radio, satellite, microwave, cellular, or fiber optic. During World War II and through the 1950s, high-frequency shortwave radio was used for military and diplomatic communications. And I'll stop there, and I want to say that I am fully aware that a lot of the terminology used in these descriptions is not terminology that the average person hears regularly, and you may not be able to process it right away, but at the end of each term, I will break it down for you. So I'll pick it back up here. And can be intercepted at great distances. Documents leaked by the former NSA contractor Ed Snowden revealed that the Echelon Systems collection of satellite data is also referred to as FORNSAT, an abbreviation of Foreign Satellite Collection. Examples of industrial espionage. Now, this is going to be particularly interesting to me because this program that I just read for you, it fell into the wrong hands at some point, and it was being used for industrial espionage, which is basically a way of spying on entrepreneurs' ideas and stealing those ideas, and then you passing those ideas off as your own and making a profit from those ideas. Okay, there was a very notable case of that, which I'm going to read for you here in a second. So in 1999, there was a company called Intercon, which is a German company and a leading manufacturer of wind energy equipment, namely wind turbines, which generate energy. It developed a breakthrough generator for wind turbines. After applying for a U.S. patent, it had learned that Kinetec, an American rival, had submitted an almost identical patent application shortly before. By the statement of a former NSA employee, it was later claimed that the NSA, the National Security Agency, had secretly intercepted and monitored Intercon's data communications and conference calls and passed information regarding the new generator to Kinetec. Now, I'm going to break that down for you real quick because this is important, because this actually happens to a lot of people here in the United States. And some people listening to this may have had something like this happen to you at some time, where you were working on a business idea, or you were working on a business model, or you were working on a book or a novel or a children's toy, or maybe you were working on some other piece of technology, or maybe you were working on a patent for a new type of headset or a new type of book bag, or maybe you're working on a jewelry design or something like that. And before you can get it out to the world, before you can submit it to a major corporation for review or something to that effect, someone comes up with an almost exact identical product to the one you were just working on, and they get it off into the public eye before you. How does something like that happen? It doesn't even just happen with tangible items. It could happen with other intellectual property. Like, for example, you write a song in your basement, and this is a beautiful song you've written. And before you can possibly submit it to your favorite record label for consideration, another artist puts out an almost identical song to the one you were working on before you were able to get yours out there for recognition. How does this happen? It's called industrial espionage, okay? There were corrupt NSA employees that were using the power of the National Security Agency's spying information to spy on business products before they were introduced to the public, and sent the blueprints and they sold the blueprints of these business products to other people, so that, they sold the blueprints of these business products to other companies, so these other companies could make that product and get it off before you could get yours off. And there were a lot of writers of novels, a lot of songwriters, a lot of inventors, a lot of entrepreneurs that were sabotaged by that, including this company, Intercon. It had developed a wind turbine, and when they went to go get a U.S. patent for their wind turbine, they realized that an American company had already made an identical product and had already gotten it off before them. That's because this wind turbine, okay, its auspices, its working, its blueprint, everything was already taken from the original business people by the National Security Agency, and that information was sold to a competitor who put the product out first. So it's called stealing somebody else's idea, okay? But you're stealing their idea so you can sell it to somebody else. You're stealing their idea so you can sell the idea to somebody else. Okay? You are hacking their conference calls, you're hacking their computers, you're hacking their calls and messages, you're hacking their templates so you can steal their idea and sell the idea to somebody else. And then the other person who purchases the idea takes it and they get the idea off before you do. Okay? There are movie scripts that were ripped off of somebody else's work by the National Security Agency. Oh yes, you have independent screenwriters who would write movie ideas, and these movie ideas would be stolen by the NSA and sold to a rival scriptwriter, and that rival scriptwriter would make a few edits to it and submit it to a big-time motion picture company as their idea. Okay? Programs like Echelon made that possible. Tempest, what is it? It is a classified program focused on preventing adversaries from intercepting and deciphering classified or sensitive information transmitted by electronic devices. Now, I'm not even going to lie. Like I'd say maybe 60 seconds ago, a guy that looked like the ripoff of the Ultimate Warrior. You guys remember wrestling back in the 80s? The World Wrestling Federation. This guy looked like an almost identical replica of the Ultimate Warrior, and I'm not talking about in a good way. Okay, I'm talking about in a sleazy way, in a real sort of freeze-dried way. He looked like just sort of a rip-off Ultimate Warrior. He just ran by. He had on those same glasses. He had about shoulder-length hair. He was sweaty from head to toe. He looked like he had oiled himself up before he started running. And he just ran right past me, swinging his arms around. That was a provocation. And since these federal liaisons that are around me, obviously they don't have a wife and kid to spend time with on a Saturday night. They don't have a wife and child they can go to on a Saturday night and spend their time with them. They want to be here with me tonight, ladies and gentlemen. They want to be here with me so they can listen to my program. Their wife and kid can wait. Okay, they can eat their pot roast and their salad and their grape juice and watch Blue's Clues by themselves. I don't want to be with my wife and kids tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I want to be with Emmanuel Isaiah Smith here in Doral, Florida, and I want to hear his program. My wife and kid can do without me tonight. And what we're going to do is we're going to send a rip-off of the Ultimate Warrior to run past Mr. Smith in a way that is a little bit goofy and off. And we're going to cite being threatened by his discourse tonight as our reason for sending that animal down here. Let me say something real quick. Okay? When it comes to these covert war mechanisms, okay, I said it in my first discourse. They're not rooted in anything noble. They're not rooted in anything notable. They're not rooted in anything ideal. Okay, and yes, the religious establishment jumps into this. Okay, don't think for 1 second that the religious establishment in this country does not want a piece of all of these technologies so it can use it on the population. Okay, religious communities, particularly in the United States, I'm going to say, I'm not from any other country, so I don't know how the religious establishment is in other countries, but here in the United States, the religious establishment here would jump at the opportunity to to get at some of this technology. Okay, so that it can punish sinners or punish people who forget to pay their tithe, or punish that young couple who decided to make love before their wedding day was official, or punish that couple who had a child out of wedlock. How dare they? Or punish that guy who refused to read his scriptures, or punish that guy who refused to go to Sunday school, or punish that woman who refused to bake a cake for the church picnic. Okay, we could get together as a church, right? The upper echelons of the church, and maybe we could talk to some of our members who are in the Air Force. Maybe some of the upper echelons of this church, maybe we could get together with some of our members who are in the CIA. Some of the good ones, some of the good CIA congregants who pay tithe and are good to us and things like people who pray every night. Let's get with some of our members of this church that are in the Department of Justice and in the Department of Defense. Let's get with some of the members of our church who have access to something like Tempest or extremely low frequency. Or maybe we could get together with some of our Department of Defense members who have access to personnel mobilization. And we can use it to go from city to city and town to town and punish sinners. Okay? That's part of what gang stalking is. Part of it is made to look like divine retribution against a person. Okay? Part of gang stalking is designed to look like God himself has come to earth and is invisibly punishing this person, this man, this woman, this child, that child, for doing this or that, or not doing this or that. A lot of gang stalking is a church, namely a very powerful church, perhaps an international church, who has members in the Department of Defense and in the Department of Justice getting together and finding a way to play God. That's part of what gang stalking is. And unfortunately, the U.S. government, because it is incapable of the separation of church and state, which is a constitutional precept, it allows churches to infiltrate its legislative process and use programs like this to play God. You're not going to play God with me because I know you're not God. As a matter of fact, with the Gang Stalking in Action video program, I've identified you personally. And no, you're not God. I can assure you of that. You ain't created me. That I can promise you. And you're not the administrator of my destiny either. I am. So, let's talk a little bit about Tempest. And as of right now, we are in part 4 of this lecture. The ideal population and the technology used to achieve that population. Tempest is a classified program focused on preventing adversaries from intercepting and deciphering classified or sensitive information transmitted by devices. So, in other words, Tempest is a software that makes it difficult or impossible for a third party to access top secret information from governments. Now, I just had somebody pass me that was very pleasant. Okay, perhaps that's making up for the previous mishap. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. If you are sending people past me in synchronous fashions, I appreciate it if they're pleasant. It will probably make me more pleasant as well. 25 years of gang stalking can make you a little irritable at sometimes. So, have a brilliant day and have a brilliant weekend. So essentially, what was figured out by our government, and mind you, our government gets some things right. There were especially through DARPA, which is basically the government's own It's probably DARPA is probably, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, but DARPA is a government agency that is probably the most intensive agency in the country with respect to analyzing data and coming up with inventions. Okay. And some of these inventions are the ideas for these inventions are sold to companies for use by consumers. So for example, Tempest is basically a software that makes it impossible to steal data from phones and computers because of the radiation they emit. So for example, cellular towers, cell phones, computer networks, routers, all of these gadgets that you use to connect to the internet and use data, they all emit radiation. Not enough radiation to harm a person, unless this radiation is amplified and aimed directly at the person using a ray gun or something. But but there is enough of your data in this radiation that a third party can pick it up and read the data. Tempest is a software that makes it impossible to read that data. So for example, let's say there are classified CIA documents or top secret Department of Defense or Department of Justice documents. Let's say a Secret Service agent has classified information on his BlackBerry, on his work issued BlackBerry. So if that Secret Service agent sends a text message to somebody, that text message can be intercepted by a third party because cell phones can be hacked. Now, in order to protect that Secret Service agent's phone and his information, a program like Tempest might be used and installed on his phone so that when he sends a message, when he makes a phone call, when he browses the internet, when he sends an email, that data, that information cannot be intercepted. So Tempest is a good thing because it allows classified or top secret information to remain safe. Stingray devices are interesting to me too because of how easily they can be used to track a person's location. So we know what cellular towers are. We know what cellular towers are, and we know that a person's location can be accessed through the reading of cellular data that's sent and received between your cell phone and a cellular tower. Now, stingrays are interesting because they mimic cellular towers. It's like a portable cellular tower that a person could put in their car. And you can basically do something like you can type in somebody's phone number or their IP address or other identifying information, and it will tell you that person's exact location right there on the spot in real time. Stingray devices, also known as cell site simulators, are surveillance tools used by third parties to locate and track cell phones. These devices work by mimicking cell phone towers, forcing nearby phones to connect to them. This allows third parties to identify the phones and their locations. Stingrays broadcast a strong signal, causing nearby cell phones to disconnect from legitimate cell towers and connect to the Stingray instead. By analyzing signals received by the Stingray, third parties can pinpoint the location of the target phone. Some Stingray models have the capacity to collect additional information like the phone's unique identifier, the IMSI, and even the content of communications. So, a Stingray device, in addition to what I've described for you, can make it so that your cell phone, which is constantly connected to one tower or another. For example, if you're say a Verizon wireless customer, your phone is constantly connected to Verizon towers in the area. However, if you go outside the range of a Verizon tower and your phone is picked up, say, by an AT&T tower, you can still use your Verizon service. It's just called roaming because you're using a competitor's tower to make the call because you're out of the range of a Verizon tower. Stingrays act as a second tower, okay? So if you're, for example, on your carrier's tower or on your carrier's network with your phone and you're driving down the street and someone with a Stingray device taps into your phone with it, now your phone is connected to the Stingray device to make its calls and text messages rather than the carrier's tower. So your phone is no longer communicating using the carrier's tower, the cell phone carrier's tower. It's communicating using this cellular device called a Stingray, which is basically intercepting all your calls, all your texts, all your information, everything. Imagine if a Stingray device fell into the hands of an ignorant or hostile person. How much damage to your life a person with a Stingray device could do if they decided to target you with a Stingray device. What if this person decided to target your wife and children with the Stingray device? Your mother, your father, your cousins. Taking a Stingray device and basically causing your phone to use the Stingray device as a cellular tower rather than your phone carrier cellular tower. So now, whoever has control of this Stingray it's connected to your phone and connected to your family's phones. And every call you make, every email you send, every text message you send is going through a Stingray device instead of your carrier's cellular towers. And you'll never know it because you could call your wife and you would be using a Stingray device's cellular communication and not even know it. And your wife would pick up and you and your wife could have a conversation about anything. Anything. And the person operating the Stingray device would be able to hear the entire phone call right from the comfort of his car or living room. Imagine if a Stingray device fell into the wrong hands. Okay, we're going to move down to POGO, which is the Project on Government Oversight. The Project on Government Oversight is a program that they're basically a grassroots political action program that is a watchdog group for government corruption. I don't know how useful they are because, quite frankly, I've never heard of them. And you've probably never heard of them either. So they call themselves the Project on Government Oversight, and they're an anti-government corruption watchdog group. Now, I commend anybody who is in favor of government oversight, because a government should be watched by its citizens. The government should be watched by companies. A government should be watched by its news media, to ensure that that government is running up to speed and is running according to the law. So if this program, the Project on Government Oversight, is legit, okay, my hat's off to you because you are in favor of ethical government. My recommendation to you as a political watchdog group is to make yourself more noticeable. Okay, so the people have a better idea of what your aims are and what you plan to do about clandestine gang stalking. This is another one that's real interesting to me. It's called Sentient World Simulation, And essentially what it is it's basically, so it's a digitized program that essentially analyzes everything. Okay, now let me stop there. When I say that sentient world simulation analyzes everything, I mean that sentient world simulation analyzes everything. There is nothing under the sun in the past or the present that sentient world simulation has not analyzed. Its goal is to aggregate human history, all human behavior, all human tendencies, every purchasing behavior, every company, every government, every military, every religion, and everything that's ever been done or said in the history of mankind. That's what sentient world simulation is designed to do. Analyze everything and come up with a conclusion as to what everything means. And I'm sure that if population control ever became an official policy in this country, world sentient simulation would be contacted or consulted about that, because it essentially is designed to predict the behaviors of humans, companies, and governments before they act. Okay, it is designed to predict the actions and the motivations of people, companies, and governments before they act. It is designed to predict what people, companies, and governments are going to do. Okay, now and in the future. It is an extremely data-intensive program that is supposed to be almost an all-seeing eye into what it is to be a citizen of planet Earth, really. You got neuro-linguistic programming, which is a psychological approach that studies how language and perception impact behavior. It aims to help people change their thoughts and behaviors by analyzing the strategies of successful individuals and applying them to personal goals. Neuro-linguistic programming is used for personal development, phobias, anxiety, workplace performance, and personal happiness. Here are some key ideas of neuro-linguistic programming: internal maps, logical levels, mirroring, and a technique called swish. Internal maps are basically people creating internal maps of the world through sensory experiences. Logical levels is a theory that states that logical levels are organized so changing a lower level can impact higher levels. Mirroring is basically copying someone's body language and vocabulary so that you can be more like that other person. Mirroring is it's an espionage tactic that allows a person to basically relay how another person is. So let's say I were to pay somebody $1,000 and tell them, you know what? I want to know more about John Doe. Go out and find out some information about him and come back. So I pay the person the money and they go out and start spying on you. What they might do is they might start mimicking you. They might mimic the way you dress, mimic the way you talk, mimic the way you walk, mimic the way you eat, mimic the way you sit, mimic the way you smell, mimic how you go about your business, mimic how you act, mimic how you interact with other people. They're going to mimic everything about you, and then they are going to come back to me and act out, almost like a stage performance, how you act. You hear me? You have synthetic telepathy, which is basically, it's kind of like brain-computer interface, where a person can connect their electrical impulses in their brain. We'll call those cerebral electrical impulses. And these impulses will allow for the controlling of electronic devices using nothing but your thoughts. Okay, this technology is already out there. It's not being sold to people, although it will be at some point in the future. Yes, at one time you will be able to purchase a device that will allow you to change the channel on your television set using your thoughts. Okay, there will one day be a program that will allow you to play a game of chess on a computer using nothing but your thoughts. You'll be able to one day play a video game on your home television set using nothing but your thoughts. These types of things are already being experimented with. It's very popular in China right now, and there's some of that here in the United States as well. It's very sophisticated technology that manipulates brain waves and allows basically a machine to grab your electrical impulses that your brain sends off, and essentially you can basically connect to this digitized program using nothing but your brain waves and interact with it. Let's see. All right, here's what we'll do. We will cover. We're on the home stretch here. We're in the last 10 or so definitions. We're going to do no-touch torture, and we're going to do beast system, and then we're going to conclude today's lecture, and tomorrow we'll do the next part. So, no-touch torture is also known as psychological torture. This is something that many targeted individuals, at least people who allege to be targeted individuals, this is something that they allege that they experience. Okay, no-touch torture or touchless torture by whoever their liaisons are. And essentially, I mean, me personally, look, I'm a 6'5", 200-something odd pound man. I'm a former athlete. I was raised in religious traditions. I'm a student of history. I'm a student of psychology. I'm a student of politics. I'm a student of a lot of things. Okay? I'm not a terribly psychologically shaky man, and I'm not a fearful man either. So, if I am experiencing this no-touch torture stuff, it's probably not having the same effect on me as it would someone who has not had the experiences I've had, or someone who does not have the physical stature that I have. So no-touch torture is described as psychological torture, and it is the intentional infliction of mental suffering without using direct physical violence. It aims to break down an individual's will and identity through various methods which can have severe and long-lasting psychological and physical effects. The key aspects of no-touch torture focus on mental harm instead of physical harm or physical injury. It targets the victim's psychological well-being, aiming to induce fear, despair, confusion, or a sense of helplessness. I attribute street theater personally to a lot of that. Street theater is designed to make a person feel unstable or less than ideal. And I'll stop it there for now. Variety of techniques of touchless torture can include sensory manipulation, such as prolonged sensory deprivation, hooding, blindfolding, extreme isolation, or sensory overload, loud noises, sudden bright lights, sudden loud booms and crackles and things like that to make the target jump or look, I guess, frightened or something. Psychological manipulation, including threats, humiliation, mock executions, exploitation of phobias, isolation, sleep deprivation, and creating a sense of total helplessness. I think all these things are fairly self-explanatory if you know the basics of gang stalking. A targeted individual can be mocked using street theater. For example, let's say you're a targeted individual who's newly divorced. Okay, you might often see street theater of the perfect families just happen to walk past you all happy and wonderful, or maybe you're somewhere reading a book or something, and then the perfect ideal image of a father and son just happen to come waltzing past you, and they look so bright and happy. Or the perfect ideal husband and wife out for a romantic evening. They're dressed to the nines, they look good, they smell good, they're hugging, they're kissing, okay, they're doing whatever right in front of you, okay. These are street theater tactics to make a newly divorced targeted individual, or maybe a single targeted individual, feel like they are less than this couple that has just walked past them. However, they don't know that this couple has been signaled to their exact location by a federal liaison for no reason other than to make the target feel jealous or less than. Let that sink in for a second, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, street theater is used to make a person feel like their life is not up to par with the lives of the people around them. And sometimes people's happiness or their wealth or their future or their physical fitness or their health, sometimes these things are flaunted right in front of a targeted individual using a signaling mechanism so that targeted individual feels like less than these people, so it can be basically implanted in the targeted individual's mind. Look at these wonderful people we have working for us and compare them to you. We gang stalkers, we have people working for us that put you, the targeted individual, to shame. Well, we'll see how much shame is passed around when Congress has to get on its knees and beg the American people for forgiveness for putting this monstrous Leviathan into play in the first place. All right. We are going to conclude this part with the beast system. This is an interesting topic here because it combines religious elements which are a part of gang stalking. The term beast system generally refers to a concept found in it says religious or conspiracy context, but I'm going to leave the word conspiracy out because the word conspiracy, it doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Because quite frankly, every conspiracy that I've ever looked into has turned out to be true. So the word conspiracy theory, all that is to me at this point is just a way to discredit the truth that you don't want to get out. So if you don't want the truth, if you don't want the unseen truth, or as some people call it, the inconvenient truth, to get out, just call it a conspiracy theory. Just call it a conspiracy, and that will diffuse interest in it for a while until people find out it's not a conspiracy theory. Then they're going to start asking you questions. So I say diffuse the whole thing and just tell the truth in the first place, and you won't have to call people conspiratologists and all that stuff. So the term beast system refers to a concept found in religious or conspiracy theory context, describing a powerful controlling system that opposes God and seeks to dominate humanity. It's frequently associated with the end-time prophecies and figures like the Antichrist. Here's a breakdown of the different ways that the term is used. Religious interpretation, namely in the Bible, in the book of Revelation, it talks about the beast, which is a symbolic figure representing a powerful, oppressive, political, or worldly power that opposes God. It's often linked to the Antichrist and a system of control that seeks to enforce allegiance through economic and social mechanisms. The number 666 is often associated with the beast and is interpreted in various ways, sometimes suggesting incompleteness or an attempt to imitate God. And number 2, we have what this particular article refers to as the conspiracy theory interpretation. In some conspiracy theories, the beast system refers to a hidden global network of powerful individuals or organizations that secretly control world events. This system is seen as orchestrating events like pandemics, economic crisis, political instability to further its agenda of global domination. It is also depicted as using technology, surveillance, and social engineering to control the population. Now, I'm going to break this down for you fairly quickly because the beast system, it's presented in an interesting context here. It almost sounds like a computer network or some kind of a technology software or some sort of a telecommunications network that can control populations. But ultimately, the beast in the Bible, when you talk about the beast or the Antichrist or 666, okay, so all of this was written by the Apostle John, who in the Catholic tradition is called Saint John, and in the Baptist tradition he's called John the Revelator, but most Protestants just call him the Apostle John, or simply John. He wrote the book of Revelation about 25 years after Christ's ascension, as he was incarcerated on the Greek island of Patmos. And the reason he was incarcerated is because he was incarcerated by the Roman Empire for preaching that Christ was the Son of God, which is considered blasphemy to the Romans, because the Romans worship their emperor as the Son of God. As a matter of fact, one of the Roman emperor's titles is Filius Dei, Son of God. So for Christ to be the Son of God means to diminish the emperor. So St. John preaching that Christ was the Son of God, it diminished the emperor, who held the Filius Dei title as the Son of God. So he was incarcerated for sedition for life on Patmos. So this was written in about AD 55, about 25 years after the death of Christ, or the ascension of Christ. And basically the beast that St. John is referring to, the Antichrist, this 666, he's talking about Emperor Nero. Okay? The book of Revelation has to be read from a historical context. I think a lot of Christian commentators get carried away with the book of Revelation and they start talking about the end times and the apocalypse and how God is going to start raining fire from heaven, and how 5 million frogs are going to jump out of the ocean and consume everybody, and how killer robots are going to come down from UFOs and start wreaking havoc, and aliens are going to start pulling up in spaceships and blowing up planet Earth because of all this stuff that's happening in Revelation. These are interpretations, okay? They're interpretations. Everyone has their interpretation of what the imagery in Revelation means. All the Apostle John is talking about with respect to the beast and the Antichrist is Emperor Nero, who was the emperor of Rome at the time of his incarceration, okay? And the reason, and mind you, the 666, okay, is reported in the Bible as 603 the number of the beast. It's simply a code word. 666 is a numerological code word for Nero. Okay? And that's who the subject of the Antichrist talk is. Now, when it talks about the whore of Babylon that sits on top of 7 mountains, he's talking about Rome. Some people think, oh, he's talking about America. Oh, no, he's talking about Greece. Oh, no, he's talking about Germany. Oh, no, he's talking about England. No, the whore of Babylon is Rome. Rome sits on 7 hills. Geographically, the city of Rome, it sits on top of 7 hills. So the whore of Babylon that sits on top of 7 mountains, he's talking about Rome. Okay? It's not very complicated. Okay? And then when he talks about the beast, okay, that destroys Christians. He's talking about Emperor Nero. Emperor Nero was known throughout the Roman Empire for throwing Christians in arenas with hungry lions and allowing a crew of 30,000 or a crowd of 30,000 people into the arena to watch these Christians get ripped up by lions. Okay? Emperor Nero used to take Christians, nail them to crosses inside of the Colosseum, and burn them alive while they were on the crosses. Okay? Emperor Nero had all kinds of things he used to do to Christians. He used to take them out to the beach, 300 or 1,000 of them at a time, and nail them all to crosses and set them all up on the beach. And he would invite people to come out to the beach and see all these crucified Christians. That's a matter of historical fact. And these things were documented. Emperor Nero was known for doing stuff like that to Christians. So the beast that St. John is talking about, he's talking about Emperor Nero. Because Emperor Nero used to do some extremely egregiously violent things to Christians. Because he didn't like the fact that they worshiped Christ as the Son of God when he himself was the Son of God. Okay, and this is a matter of public policy. You see, the public policy was that the Emperor of Rome was the Son of God. So that's who the beast is. And quite frankly, you know, this stuff about world domination, you know, these are St. John's ideas of world domination. When he talks about the masses bowing down to a central figure and there being a false prophet and a mouthpiece and all of these types of things, he's talking about the government of Rome. Okay, the great persecutor of Christians. Because mind you, at this particular time in history, the Roman Empire was huge. It wasn't as huge as it was gonna be, but the Roman Empire had already absorbed the Greek Empire, which included parts of Europe, parts of Spain, parts of Egypt, parts of North Africa, and parts of the Middle East. It was a huge empire. And St. John saw this empire as essentially a microcosm of the great beast, the great beasts of old, the Leviathans that were talked about by the Old Testament prophets. Okay, the great behemoths that were talked about by the Old Testament prophets. Okay, these giant organisms that we call empires. Okay, that's what St. John was talking about. The ruler of an empire. Okay, and that ruler is going to be, at this point in time in history, Emperor Nero. Thank you for listening. The next part of this lecture will be coming presently. Hello. Good afternoon. It is your host, Emmanuel Isaiah Smith, and today's date is Monday, July 21st, 2025. The time is 1:40 p.m. and I am in Miami, Florida. This is part 5 of my series, The Ideal Population and the Technology Used to Secure that Population. And I will reiterate that when I say the technology used to secure that population, it doesn't mean exclusively to secure the safety of the population, but rather to acquire that population, to make sure that that population comes into being. Now, having said that, it's obvious to me that a lot of the technology that we've gone over the past 4 videos is used by the U.S. military and local, state, and federal law enforcement auxiliaries to protect the citizenry of the United States. That is what happens when sophisticated technology gets into good hands. it benefits the people. Furthermore, I'd like to re-emphasize that a lot of this technology, if used properly, if used scientifically, and used for noble means, it can make humanity better. But as I've said before, if this technology is used irresponsibly, it can have the opposite effect. It can cause the federal establishment to backtrack or regress. It can cause institutions to backtrack or regress. And it can cause the population of that country to backtrack or regress to a state that is less than desirable. Now, before we get into the final few pieces of technology that are used in both military, law enforcement, experimental, and deleterious capacities, I would like to say a word about undercover tracing activities. Now, as I've said in previous videos, if you've sworn an oath of service to a country or a state, I am not terribly opposed to you watching me, my project, my movements, or monitoring my data. That includes both foreign and domestic actors. If your intentions are high or noble, then my data, indeed my very life here, is accessible to you, because ultimately you will see the truth, you will document the truth, and you will relay this truth to the appropriate channels to make sure that it's properly processed and used to better society. Now, I would like to address the undercovers I've experienced, particularly over the past couple of months, who may have sworn an oath of service to a country or state, particularly in the United States, but who may be using their capacity as undercovers, whether it's for local, state, or federal law enforcers, or the military itself, who happen to engage in actions that may prove harmful to myself or my significant other. These actors are not particularly welcomed by myself. Now, my significant other doesn't quite have the eye that I have for undercover activity. So she does not particularly see what I see, although I try to feed her information in bits and pieces for her own good and for our collective good. But quite frankly, there are some undercovers around me that appear to be attempting to intentionally spread some sort of bacterial disease to me. And I'm going to let you know right now how I look at that. Okay, you're using your body and your bodily functions, ever how disgusting they may be, in close quarters to me, and you're recruiting other people to do the same, using a varied system of signals, cues, verbal commands, vehicular maneuvers, and other gestures in a clandestine fashion. You're signaling sick persons, diseased persons, or what we might refer to as unkempt or dirty persons to my exact location on a regular basis with the expectation that I will come in contact with something bacterial. Now, it's possible you're even trying to get me infected with some kind of virus or something, which is especially egregious and cowardly. But I've been vaccinated against probably every viral disease that there is, so good luck with that. If your goal is simply to force my body to continually ward off these bacterial attacks that you're leveling against me, simply to put my body in a constant state of defense or discomfort, that is essentially an act of state-sanctioned attempted murder. And here's why. And ladies and gentlemen, mind you, I'm going to have to raise my voice from time to time because I like to do these discourses outside, and oftentimes there is background noise such as cars, birds. You might hear dogs barking or people talking or loud music, which itself can be used as a signal. But from time to time, you'll hear my voice get louder than usual. That is the reason. Adjust your volume accordingly. If you constantly force someone to fight off sicknesses with their natural immune system, you're putting a lot of stress and strain on a person's body. Now, I know that you're gang stalkers, okay? It isn't just everyday citizens that participate in gang stalking. There are also various military persons, law enforcers, and semi-law enforcers. For example, those that work for private security firms that assist law enforcement in undercover operations that participate in identical signaling mechanisms with similar retaliatory aims. Now, since the start of 2025, I have had more than a dozen doctor visits stemming from sinusitis and other complications with sinuses, my sinuses, and throat, stemming from my constant contact with these signaled buffoons who are obviously purposely placing themselves in my general vicinity, using both their bodily functions and possible ailments to communicate some sort of bacterial or other disease to me. Now, I've been tested for dozens of viruses by doctors, and they've all come back negative. So what that says to me is whatever it is you guys are trying to level upon me is bacterial. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the term state-sanctioned murder, but if you are an employee of the state, be it local, state, or federal, and you are either explicitly or openly or covertly making attempts on the life of an American citizen, that is called state-sanctioned murder. You are using the power of the state to commit an act of murder. This is not a death penalty case where if I'm found guilty, I get lethal injection. As a matter of fact, I'm not under any investigation for anything that resembles terrorism, mass murder, or simply murder. So if you are doing things around me that could threaten my life, That's called state-sanctioned attempted murder. Now, these are the types of things that the United Nations investigates as crimes against humanity. And let me explain to you why it's a crime against humanity. It's because when a state or a government is formed, and when I say state, I mean country in this instance, these states are formed with documents. For example, the United States at first had the Magna Carta, which led to the U.S. Constitution, which was made possible by the Declaration of Independence. All 50 states have their own constitutions as well. And every law that is passed at the local or state level must be in line with not only the state constitution. Hello, good evening. It is your host, Emmanuel Isaiah Smith. Today's date is Sunday, August 3rd, 2025, and the time is 8:01 p.m. I am in sunny Miami, Florida, on the corner of West Flagler Street and Northwest 35th Avenue. Flagler Street being a historic strip and a popular tourist destination, although it's not exactly a ritzy area. There's a lot of history here, a lot of culture. This is a continuation of part 5 of my ideal population and the weapons technology used to achieve that population lecture. And mind you, part 5 has several subparts to it for various reasons. And this is a continuation of part 5. Now, before I get back into weapons technology, and mind you, this final part is going to be somewhat of a reiteration of some of the pieces of technology that we've spoken about through the first 4 videos. Because some of these weapons deserve a second look with respect to their capacities. Now, before I get into that, I would like to jump in very briefly into something I've mentioned quite a few times over the past month in various videos that I've done, and apply it to some things that I've noticed recently. And just a word to my gang stalkers, particularly the obstructive ones. You ain't talking to a guy that is prepared to let you operate the way you do. When I say to my listeners that gang stalking is a thuggish enterprise, it means precisely that. This is not a noble, classy, or heroic attempt by everyday American citizens to make their country better. As I've said in various articles that I've posted across social media, gang stalkers are not patriots for what they do. This is not patriotic what they do. As a matter of fact, gang stalking is unpatriotic, and I'm going to tell you why. And mind you, this is your host, Emmanuel Isaiah Smith, and I'm going to have to raise my voice at various points in time during this lecture, as I like to do them outside, and there is typically background noise of various types, so adjust your volume accordingly. Here's why gang stalkers are not patriots for what they do. It's because ultimately what they're doing is they're using a varied system of signals, cues, physical gestures, street theater, vehicular maneuvers, and other such signals as communication devices that is aimed at doing nothing more than pointing out targeted persons. And the reason they know they're targeted is because there are federal liaisons involved who kind of start the action. And then there's kind of a domino effect with signals until the targeted person is finally approached by a gang stalker in close quarters. This program is unpatriotic because, first of all, its very operation is a fundamental degradation of the United States Constitution. It's a fundamental degradation of state constitutions. And it's a fundamental degradation of inalienable rights. Now, inalienable rights cannot be legally or lawfully taken from a person by any man, woman, child, company, or government legally. Inalienable rights are the rights given to each person by either God or nature. That is the right to be born into this world. That is the right to move about freely. That is the right to pursue your interests as you see fit, so long as those interests are not causing any kind of harm to anybody, such as a domestic terrorist action. For example, the Oklahoma City bombing, which took place on April 19th, 1995. A man by the name of Timothy McVeigh, who was very much obsessed with alternative views of how the world should be, particularly those alternative views of his favorite dissident authors, made a homemade bomb and blew up the Alfred P. Barraw Federal Building in Oklahoma. Killing 168 people, some of which were children. He was executed after 6 years in prison, and his act is considered the quintessential act of domestic terrorism. Timothy McVeigh did not have a right to build an explosive device with that much power, or any amount of power, quite frankly, and detonate it on unsuspecting people. That was an act of terror. Timothy McVeigh did not have the inalienable right to do that. What did Timothy McVeigh have the inalienable right to do? That which any person has, and that is the right to exist, the right to make a living, the right to progeny, the right to their constitutional freedoms. The most basic rights you have are your inalienable rights, and no one can take those from you legally and lawfully. Gang stalkers seek to obstruct a person's inalienable rights on a daily basis. All this program is going to do is make America look terrible. And you know what? You cannot blame the people who are coming forward about this program. And mind you, I'm assuming I'm not the only targeted individual in America. I've never sat down with anybody personally who said, you know what, Emmanuel, I'm a targeted individual. Let's exchange ideas. I've never met a person like that. I have had people contact me on Instagram and say, I enjoy your program, I like your program, I appreciate your program. I myself am a targeted individual, and I have been so for this many years. I have had people come to me with those claims. But mind you, unless I live with a person for several days or weeks and can observe their movements and observe their day-to-day trajectory, okay, observe their biorhythm and that sort of thing, I could never make a determination who else might be a targeted individual at all. I can either take your word for it or not take your word for it. But ultimately, because this program is so disruptive, thuggish, needless, expensive, and quite frankly silly, it doesn't serve the general public. It doesn't serve the public trust. It doesn't help America's image at home or abroad. And quite frankly, and as I've said in various other articles I've written, the United States federal establishment in particular needs to start thinking about the future. 10 years from now, 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now. Does it want people to look back on these times and say, you know what? For America to have allowed the crafting, implementation, ratification, financing, and sustenance of such a program is an example to the rest of humanity as to why America ran an inefficient government. Those are the kinds of lessons that people are going to teach and learn in the future. They're going to look back on this and they're going to say, wow, for a country that built itself for so long as a democracy, as a constitutional republic, as a creditor nation, as a world power, as a kind, compassionate, and caring country, and as a shining city on the hill, as some used to put it, it sure allowed a horrible, violent, thuggish, and needless program to take place in its borders. Those are the kinds of conversations future generations of people are going to have about America. And it's unfortunate because, quite frankly, if you go back to the founding of America to the present day, it's had a pretty neat history, aside from gang stalking and possibly some of the wars that it has instigated overseas. But no person is perfect, so that means no politician is going to be perfect. So no country is going to be perfect. It's just the nature of things. But I'll tell you one thing, it goes beyond not being perfect to allow the implementation of a program like this. And not only that, but use taxpayer resources to keep it going clandestinely with the expectation that no one would ever figure it out. That's called hubris. And that is a dangerous mindset to have when you are responsible for the actual day-to-day lives of other people, as the U.S. federal establishment is, as any federal establishment is. And as the old saying goes, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And that is a universally true statement. Now, before I go on, I'd like to talk about another statement. Right off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly which historical figure said this, but regardless of who said it, it rings true today. I want to say John Adams, who was the second president of the United States, but I also want to say Alexander Hamilton, who was the first chair of the Federal Reserve Bank. I can't remember which of the two said it, or if either of the two said it, but just right off the top of my head, I want to tell you about a statement that was supposedly said by an early political giant of this country. And the saying is this: the reason government exists at all in this country, or in any country, is because the natural inclination of human beings, of mankind, is to do evil and not good. So in other words, if humans' natural inclination was to do good all the time, you wouldn't need a government, because the people would be able to govern themselves. There would be no crime, because at its root, crime can lead to bad things happening to people, particularly violent crime, or crimes of deception, or that kind of thing. People would be able to govern themselves. They wouldn't need a government. They wouldn't need a military. They wouldn't need law enforcers. They wouldn't need statutes, laws, constitutions. These things are all implemented to prevent people from doing bad things. If you know there's laws on the books and that violating those laws can result in you being penalized by the state, you're less likely to do the things that the law prohibits you from doing. But according to this political theorist, this political scientist, this political giant, because the inclination of mankind is to do evil, meaning from the time a person is born, their inclination is to do bad things to other people. That's the natural inclination of man. So we need laws, we need government, so that the people born on this planet have a chance at living their life successfully and safely, with a reasonable expectation that they can do so because of the laws in place. Okay? The political scientist Thomas Hobbes said, I believe it was in the 1800s, that this new country, America, is a Leviathan. What is a Leviathan? A Leviathan is a giant creature mentioned in the Holy Bible. We don't know what the creature is. The Bible doesn't specify what the creature is. It just says Leviathan. Some people speculate on what a Leviathan is in the Bible. Some people think it was a giant whale. Some people think it was a giant shark, like maybe a great white shark. Some people think it was a giant squid. Some people think it was a gigantic alligator. Some people think it was something like a gigantic hippopotamus or something like that. You get the picture. People who speculate on what a Leviathan is have their own idea as to what a Leviathan is. And they have sort of educated guesses as to what it is. Thomas Hobbes, when he made this comment about America, he didn't even know what a Leviathan was, but he knew it was a biblical creature that was possibly ferocious, that was gigantic in size. And it's interesting because when you apply that word Leviathan to a government, it implies a lot of things. It implies the government is big. It implies the government is powerful. It implies that the government is intimidating, that it invokes fear, that it invokes awe. But that's what a government has to be if it is to govern millions of people. It's okay to have a healthy fear of your government. But if your government, its representatives, are those beholden to the government in an occupational capacity, use that fear in order to intrude into people's lives for no reason other than to feed their own megalomaniacal ego, well, then that's a problem. That's a problem. And I'm not just talking about a problem for now. It's a problem for tomorrow. It's a problem for next year. It's a problem for the next 10 years. It's a problem for the next 100 years. It's a problem for the next millennium. It's a problem for the ages. Because future governments are going to look back on this and say, you know what, we're going to use the United States of America as a shining example of what not to do. We're going to take gang stalking as a shining example of what not to allow. And we're going to use Emmanuel Isaiah Smith's program, Gang Stalking in Action, as a shining example of what a citizen who has had his inalienable rights trampled upon is capable of. And this is going to be embarrassing for the United States. And I hate that because, as I said earlier, the United States has had, especially given its relatively large size and its relatively diverse population, an admirable history. You know, it's always been good at everything, right? The most sought after actors and actresses and the most watched athletes and some of the best clothing brands or the most popular clothing brands and some of the most interesting political narratives all came out of the United States. And let's not forget some of the literature that have come out of the United States. The United States has had some of the world's most sought after novelists and writers. And let's not forget all the interesting technological devices that have come from America. I mean, just look at aviation. The Wright brothers in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, it was the late 18th century or the late 19th century. Were the first men to fly a plane. They built it from scratch and actually flew. And there are apparently no documented instances of human beings flying before then. That happened right here in America. So America's had a lot of really neat things happen. Now you got gang stalking here to ruin all that. And what I'm trying to say is this. let's say 100 years from now. Because surely the American federal establishment will own up to this by then, right? Some Congress people may think it's a matter of national security not to say anything about it. That's unfortunate. To me, that shows a lack of character, but if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. It's not going to stop me from talking about it. I have the right under the First Amendment to the Constitution to talk about it. But ultimately, gangstalkers are not patriots, and all they're doing is ruining America's legacy one day at a time. And the people who orchestrate this foolishness, they are the masterminds of the ruin of America's image at home and abroad. Now, I'm going to talk about this oath of service that I brought up, and I've said it again and again and again. If you are a person that has been indexed to my daily movements, and you have taken an oath of service to a state or government, and you have been assigned to me for monitoring by that state or government, I am not terribly opposed to you because you are going to witness the truth. Now, I've also said that there are Joe Schmoes out there that practice gang stalking and that have probably come in close contact with me through the signaling mechanism. You all are interesting, particularly the ones that walk around wearing disguises. And if you're one that knew me from years back, decades back, and you're popping up now, not necessarily in my best interest, I'm going to tell you like I told the zoo animal undercovers that are trying to get me sick or harmed, and that's get lost. You're not doing anything positive, and quite frankly, your presence around me is not doing anything but wasting your time and making my trajectory, my day-to-day trajectory, more difficult, because there are gang stalkers around you that are putting themselves in close quarters to me on your behalf. And it's intensifying my annoyance. Also, I'd like to say to anyone who has taken a temporary oath of service just so you can surveil me to be nosy or obstructive, because as I've said, if you've sworn a oath of service, I should have said if you sworn a real oath of service or an occupational oath of service, okay, the kind of oath of service that you need to do your job, okay, your paid job, your occupation, then you're welcome to surveil me because you will see the truth. Now, that excludes anyone who might be in an undercover capacity who has taken an oath of service. And yeah, there are stipulations here. You're talking about somebody's inalienable rights here. So if you work in an undercover capacity and you have taken an oath of service at some point, but you're using that oath of service to try and obstruct, harass, annoy, or harm me, I'm going to tell you, like I'm telling the people who keep popping up out of nowhere, get lost because you're not welcome. Those who have taken an oath of service that have a high ideal, a noble ideal, a reasonable ideal, or a suitable ideal for the study of gang stalking, you're welcome to surveil me because, you know what? That's something worthwhile. But if you are some nitwit, punk, harasser that is just either just taking orders or you are giving orders to harass or whatever it is you're doing, I'm telling you to get lost. Now, I know you don't have to if the state or the federal establishment of this country has given you leeway to do that. You probably say, well, I don't care if you like it or not. I have a state writ or a federal writ that allows me to surveil you and disrupt you. I don't care if you don't like it or not. That's fine. You're using the power of the state to engage in ape-like behavior, and that's on you. But I'm going to keep talking out against it, and you know what? It's not going to make America look good in the future. All right? So you so-called patriots that do gang stalking, you need to think of that. And if you've taken a temporary oath of service just so you can get near me, just find something better to do with your time. All right. So we're going to get back into technology. I had to say that because, quite frankly, it needed to be said. So back to the weapons technology that are used in gang stalking campaigns. Mind you, these are military industrial grade weapons. A lot of them use frequency. A lot of them use radiation. A lot of them use the spectrum. Okay? And many of them can cause harm to a person invisibly, because you can't see radiation, you can't see ultra low frequencies, you can't see various frequency based weapons, some of which are used on targeted persons to alter their brain activity through the manipulation of the electronic impulses that happen in your brain and in your heart. If these are used on a person for a long enough period of time, the psychological effect can be vast, even to the point of changing that person's very personality if you manipulate their brain waves enough. And mind you, those brain waves can be manipulated using ultra low frequencies and so forth. And you can't see frequencies. They're invisible weapons. I mean, these are the types of things you should use on the battlefield, not on unsuspecting citizens, especially if you're doing it to harm them. As I've said before, every piece of technology that I've talked about over the past 4 videos, if used responsibly, can benefit humanity. But if used irresponsibly, it can be a detriment to humanity, a detriment to America's legacy, and quite frankly, a detriment to the entire populace of planet Earth. So, gyrotron. A gyrotron is a specialized vacuum electronic device that generates high power, high frequency electromagnetic radiation, particularly in the sub-millimeter and millimeter wave range. It utilizes the principle of simulated cyclotron resonance of electrons moving within a strong magnetic field. These devices are crucial for applications like plasma heating and fusion reactors, and have potential uses in advanced communication in other areas. The primary potential effect of high-powered gyrotron radiation on humans is the heating of body tissues. Similar to microwaves, high level of exposure can cause burns and potentially cataracts, especially with areas with limited blood flow like the eyes and testes. It is important to note that the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection has established guidelines to limit exposure to electromagnetic fields within the frequency range of 100 kilohertz to 300 gigahertz. These guidelines are reflected in regulations for radio wave exposure. With the increasing use of gyrotrons and next generation devices such as body scanners and wireless communication systems, operating at frequencies like 600 gigahertz through safety assessment of these higher frequencies is needed. So essentially what you're talking about with a gyrotron is it is a device that generates electromagnetic radiation, which is something you cannot see, smell, or hear. Now, what is so dangerous about a weapon that emits electromagnetic radiation? It's simply that. You can't see it, you can't smell it, you can't taste it, you can't hear it. But it affects your body at the molecular level. So if you were to use an electromagnetic device like a gyrotron on a human being for an extended period of time, it can cause cataracts, which can lead to blindness, and it can cause you reproductive harm in males. So you have weapons like this flying around, okay? Gyrotrons. It uses electromagnetic radiation to cause health problems in people. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, these things are being used on the American public right now. These things are being used on targeted individuals right now. It's coming out of taxpayer money, and you are not being told that weapons like this are being used against the American populace. All right. And we're going to scroll down this document that I've typed up. Okay, we're kind of on the home stretch with these. But I'd like to say again, because a targeted individual has 24-hour sound surveillance, as well as 24-hour video surveillance. And mind you, with a targeted person, the people surveilling you. Now, I know I have multiple parties surveilling me. I'm not going to say all of them are gang stalkers, but at least one of the parties that is surveilling me constantly is. And they are capable of mobilizing mobs of nitwit, scumbag, jerk, creep, and really any other negative adjective you could think of. Violent, hostile, all right, people to your exact location, anytime, anywhere. And they don't need court's permission to do it. They simply have the extrajudicial power to do that to a person, and they exercise that power endlessly and without provocation. And as I've said in previous videos, if any of you that practice that mobilization mechanism, have the fortitude to come to me right now, tonight, on West Flagler and 75th in Miami, Florida, and show me your credentials, then do it. Otherwise, I'm going to keep calling you a hostile agitator, because that's what you are. All right, neural prosthetics. This involves gradually replacing biological brain components with artificial ones, potentially leading to a fully digital mind. Now, this may surprise you, but this actually looks like a good prospect, okay? Imagine a human mind that was able to operate digitally. Now, this right here, this particular technological device, it doesn't exist per se, but it's something that's being explored in the we'll call it in the world of technology innovation. And imagine if a human mind had constant access to digital components. How much clearer thinking and how less problematic humans would be. Scanning and copying. This involves creating detailed scans of the brain, understanding its structure and function, and then emulating or replicating it in a computer. The challenges and considerations are the immense complexity of the human brain with billions of neurons and trillions of connections. It's unclear if simply replicating the brain structure is enough to recreate consciousness or if there are other essential factors involved. For a digital mind to be truly functional, it would likely need to interact with a simulated environment that provides sensory input, and it raises profound ethical questions about identity, personhood, and the nature of consciousness. And there is a thing that is being explored called thought amplifying or thought amplification. It's basically artificial intelligence as a thought amplifier. The concept of thought amplifying refers to the use of technology to enhance human cognitive abilities rather than replace them. It is a field of AI and human-computer interaction that focuses on creating a symbiotic relationship between humans and machines to achieve better decision-making, problem-solving, and learning. So, the digitization of the human mind is what we're talking about here, okay? Using devices like, for example, neuroprosthetics, and then applying a method like scanning and copying to achieve a fuller understanding of the human brain and thus human behavior are being looked at here, okay? More so this decade than other decades, the manipulation of human brain waves is a priority for the United States federal government. The electrical impulses that a person's brain gives out, well, we'll not say gives out, but the electrical impulses that a person's brain generates offer a direct route into a person's cerebral process. And a lot of these electromagnetic weapons and so forth could be used for good to understand the human brain more. But rather they're being used on people who I guess they thought they were going to be guinea pigs or something, or just unwitting human experiments that would one day just fall to their knees or fall to the ground or crack under the pressure, under all of this technology and all this personnel mobilization and all this thuggery that these stalkers use on a daily basis against singled out persons like myself. You got another thing coming if you think I am going to be your guinea pig or your human experiment or whatever it was that you thought Emmanuel Isaiah Smith was going to be. I don't remember anybody writing me a letter and saying, Mr. Smith, this is the CIA talking. We would like for you to volunteer or perhaps be a part of, as a partner, a program that we're working on that analyzes human behavior. It is of a top secret nature, and it would be for the duration of your life. Here are the benefits, and here are the risks. At least at that point, I'd be able to make an intelligent decision as to whether or not this was something I'd want to participate in. But they don't. They simply monitor your behavior. They look at your vital statistics. They look at various other records you've generated over the course of your life. They look at your interactions with the people around you, and they go off of their opinions of you and so forth, and they decide themselves outside of a court of law who needs to be in a gangstalking campaign and who doesn't. End of story. Well, I hate that you guys walked into this with such hubris and such optimism, thinking it was going to be a good idea to put United States citizens in something like this extrajudicially, especially given our Constitution and the concept of a constitutional republic or a democracy. Okay, a country that allegedly respects people's inalienable rights. I hate that you implemented such a program such as this in a country such as this, because this program is already blown up in your faces There's people talking about it. The news media don't want to talk about it because they don't want to embarrass you stalkers too bad. The Congress isn't talking about it because they're not sure how to politicize it yet. Hollywood ain't talking about it because it's possible a lot of Hollywood actors and directors use gang stalking in various capacities and they don't want to make each other look bad or lose out on ticket sales. No one in the athletic community is talking about it because they don't want to alienate their gang stalking fans that buy tickets and jerseys and baseball cards and all that stuff, so why alienate them? We'll take a gang stalker as a fan if they're paying good money to come watch us. So there is a financial element here. The American establishment doesn't want to alienate or embarrass the wrong people. Me, I'm gonna do it to you on a daily basis because, quite frankly, you've made an enemy out of me by obstructing my daily living. Excuse me. So as my enemy, I'm going to fight you, but I'm going to do it administratively. Now, a lot of these thugs you guys have been sending recently, you've been signaling to me, I'm talking to the federal liaisons here. A lot of these thugs you've been sending me recently, they're looking a little ready, if that makes sense. So if it's hostile, violent, or belligerent combat you guys are looking for, well, you're talking to somebody who knows how to defend himself both physically and administratively. So y'all send those thugs around me with caution. And quite frankly, I'm sorry for the American taxpayer that they have to fund that stupid program you run. All right, we're going to move down to mind interface. It's also known as brain-computer interface. It is a direct communication pathway between the brain and an external device. It allows users to control machines or interact with technology using their thoughts or brain activity. BCI can be used to restore or enhance various functions for individuals with disabilities or to explore new ways of interacting with technology. It works using brain activity measurement using a process called electroencephalography, which is the same technology that's used in hospitals with encephalographs. You put a node on a person's head, and it has sensors on it, and then there's a wire connecting the node to a computer device. That computer device can monitor your brainwave activity because it's picking up on the electrical impulses that your brain is producing. So brain activity management or measurement is a part of mind interface, which is essentially, it uses encephalograph technology to allow people to control computerized devices with their brain, their thoughts, their brain waves, changes in their thinking, changes in their thoughts, etc. Because when your thinking changes, when your emotions change, when your mood changes and so forth, when your desires change, the electrical impulses in your brain changes as well. So those electrical impulses can be measured, monitored, and interacted with in a way that allows you to use your mind, your brain waves to interact with computerized equipment. You got signal processing, which is the raw brain signals that are then processed to extract meaningful information about the user's intended action. You have command translation, which is information translated into commands that can be understood by the connected device. And you have output device control, in which the commands are sent to the output device, a computer, a robotic arm, or a prosthetic, to perform the desired action. So you have people, amputees, and people who have lost their limbs in various capacities using the mind interface technology to operate prosthetic limbs. Now, this type of technology can also be used to manipulate a person's thinking, to manipulate their mood, to manipulate a lot of things, and it's oftentimes done in a behind-the-scenes fashion by people who, quite frankly, don't have the character, class, or backbone to walk up to the person who they're doing that to, look them in the face, and show them their credentials. They'll never show me their credentials because they're too scared. They have these narratives that they make up. No, he's too unhinged. He's too hostile. Look at him. He's 6'5", 200 and something odd pounds. He's too big. He's too strong. He's too this. He's too that. I'm not going to walk up to him, not unless I can do it with a group of you. And maybe we could all ride past him on motorbikes. Maybe we could drive past him in a car and hold our credentials out the window and speed off. Oh no, that's too dangerous. We're not going to do that either. All right, we're going to move on down the line. We'll do synthetic telepathy and we'll close it. So synthetic telepathy is artificial telepathy known as synthetic telepathy or brain-computer interface communication, which refers to the technology that aims to facilitate communication through thought by interpreting brain activity and converting it into commands for devices or other forms of communication. This technology is used based on reading electrical signals from the brain using methods like electroencephalography. Now, synthetic telepathy is essentially an artificial intelligent technology in which a person's thoughts can be manipulated. And there was a study at Yale, if I'm not mistaken, in 1984, where one of their researchers actually invented a device that is capable of inducing emotions to a person remotely. And this is a matter of public record. This technology is documented. I've seen one of the machines myself. There's actually a picture of it on one of my YouTube posts. And it goes to show that the electrical impulses that a person's brain generates can be manipulated in ways to where that person's thought process can be manipulated. And I'll stop there. In summary, over the past 5 videos, you've seen sophisticated technology that's capable of altering a person's thoughts, their emotions, and as a component of their thoughts and emotions, their actions. You can cause a person to be active or inactive based on what you do with their brain waves. And a lot of these, we'll call them psychotronic weapons, are used on people from a distance so that you can't see who's using them on you. And that's because these weapons have potential side effects that the people in, we'll say, the Department of Defense, maybe the Department of Justice, that use these weapons on people don't want you to know about. So you are a human guinea pig, and you're an unpaid guinea pig as well. And if something happens to you, for example, if you experience a permanent injury or even death because of the stuff that your government is doing to you clandestinely, they're not going to step forward and say, "We apologize." They're going to move on to the next target until they have a, quote, fuller understanding of human behavior. Rather than getting willing willing test subjects who are going to give you an oath of silence about the top secret nature of it. They go out into the street and just plop this technology, plop gang stalking, plop mobilization, plop intentional disease spreading on just whoever they think needs it. That is a crime against humanity. It's cowardly. It's thuggish. It's ape-like. And mind you, gang stalkers come from a variety of socioeconomic backgrounds. I've experienced gang stalking in Ohio, Florida, and Tennessee, all three of which are states that I'm from, that I've lived in. And I've also experienced it in other states that I've visited for this reason or that. New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Washington, D.C., Maryland, Kentucky. Okay. I've experienced it in every state I've been to, which means that it's federal in nature. You can't outrun it. And I'm going to say it again. It's thuggish. It's hostile. It's unconstitutional. It's anti-American. It's a violation of civil rights. It's a violation of constitutional freedoms. And worst of all, it's a violation of inalienable rights, which are the rights that every person born into this world is given by God or nature. Thank you for tuning in, and I will see you next video.